Wow, 2006.
All right, we are recording. Welcome, everybody, to the Myth Podcast, episode number 11. Today, we'll be continuing our historical retrospective series in celebration of Myth's greatest tradition, the Myth World Cup. In this episode, we will be covering the Myth World Cup 2006 finals. I am GKG. I am joined by my co host, Asmo, and we have a big crowd of special guests today. We have Clank, Homer, and returning guest, Paris. Welcome to the podcast, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
So we'll start off with a little bit of Q&A, I guess. Clank, we've already interviewed Paris, so we'll skip the QA for you, Paris. We already did that. But Clank and Homer, let's get some QA for you guys. If you guys could just start off with a little bit of your Myth origin story and like what year are we talking about, how old were you, and how you kind of got introduced to the game of Myth.
Go ahead, Clank.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Wow. So Myth for me started, I think I was, geez, maybe 12 years old, 11 or 12. And my stepdad had actually bought the game and was like playing it a little bit. And I think it was the summer and I was, just bored. And I was like, what's this? And, he had his login already loaded, so I was able to just kind of jump on. And I probably started with a little bit of single player, but I got on online pretty quick. And my first myth name was, I think, Ass Man. So that was a strong starting name. I
Nice.
think it was because of a wrestler at the time was going by that. And shortly after that, I started on. This is TFL, obviously. So it's probably like late '97 or sometime in '98. And so I started playing TFL. Stuck to mostly light maps. Tank Clan, recruited me, and I joined Tank Clan at age 12 or whatever. This caps lock constantly, obnoxious. And once I got that obnoxious persona kind of started, I never really like left it in regards to Myth. It was always fun for me to try to get like a rise out of people, and not just being obnoxious, but kind of being like smart about it. As far as getting under people's skin and stuff like that. I mean, it was definitely like an outlet for me as a kid, and yeah. So TFL played that until it got ran into the ground. They eventually released like VTFL or whatever, which killed the actual game TFL, because people kind of sort of tried to make the switch. So once TFL died, I moved to Myth 2, probably like late 2000, sometime 2001, something like that. And I played with Tank Clan, I think in Myth World Cup 2001 and '03. We kind of my first big memory from Myth World Cup was upsetting uh, the Poop team in '01 that had Tirri on it. So that was like my first big memory. And yeah,
Upsetting Tirri.
yeah. I mean, it's still probably one of my top Myth accomplishments. But and then yeah, I just BNet went down. I jumped over to whatever came after that, like Marius or Playmyth, I forget which one. And
Play mid.
yeah, and then '03 Tank Clan, and then '04 came around, and that's kind of where the story with Thundercox started. But Grim just randomly invited me. I played a ton of randoms with everybody, especially like the BIA people and all that, and we would just run games constantly, and with like people like Tainted Bliss and Father Mac, RIP and stuff like that. And so just from sheer tons of games played with these folks, I think Thundercox was having some issues with attendance, because I'm sure some people had like their compulsory military service or something like that, but they needed people, and so they actually invited TB and I onto Greek Gods, which was the Thundercox team that year, and had an absolute blast with them. I forget where we finished. I think it was like 4th or 5th that year, but had an absolute blast. And it mostly consisted of the older, more experienced players just telling me to shut up constantly because I was so obnoxious and just could never stop talking. But that and then had another good run with Hand of the Law in '05, and then '06 rolled around, and that's just kind of I got invited back to Thundercox, and there's a lot of turmoil that year, which I'm sure we'll get into. But yeah, that's just kind of like my origin story. I started on TFL and then went to Myth 2. I took a huge break after '07, and then COVID hit, and I got like a random email to an email I barely even used anymore from Limp, saying something about Myth World Cup, and I just couldn't believe that people were still playing. So I came back for 2020, and then I've just been kind of on and off a little bit since then.
You already kind of got us leading into it, and we were talking about it a little bit before I started the recording. So let's just get into it right now. We can bounce around a little bit. What was kind of so it sounds like you started with Tcox in '04, and there was some beef with BME because BME won in '04, but they were kind of still active '04, '05, '06. And there's some maybe drama going on in the '06. Can you just tell the story of the formation of Tcox in this kind of '04 to '06 era?
So '06, so '04, we had a good run. Everybody was hunky dory. '05, as everybody knows, was a weird year because the teams were a little bit weird that year, and I think there were like some server issues with like the server going down and stuff like that. My memory is a little spotty on all that, but the Hand of Allah, we I think Asmo was the one that like enforced fallback really strictly on us, and so we lost pretty early in the top bracket that year, and then made like a big run through the bottom bracket, and that involved actually playing the BME team, Unholy Alliance, that also had Shyster on it, along with a couple other new people like I think Kron One and stuff like that, and so um, just from me playing with all those guys, especially people like Magni and Loyal, they could kind of be dickheads. And so that was like, Hand of the Law that year was a super fun team, probably the funnest team I've ever been on. But we were definitely like, there was a lot of smack talk leading up to that. And people like Henry on my team, talked a lot of trash, and Soulblighter. And so we went down 0-2 to BME to Unholy Alliance and ended up, Magni was talking so much trash after those first 2 games. And just, it was brutal. And then we came back and won 3 straight to eliminate them. And,
Nice.
and it was amazing. And so we were kind of already riding that, like a couple of the players like me and TB and Karma, we were all on that team that upset BME that year. So, that came into play in '06 where we played them as well. But as far as the turmoil with Tcox, that kind of started, two huge members for Tcox, Grim and Arzenic, and I can't remember if there was another one or not, but basically before the tournament started, they let Cave and Stormrider and Ramirez know that they were going to leave for NP that year. And NP already had like a pretty good team, and to add those 2 players who are like cornerstones of Tcox and really good players in their own right, that really, I think, bothered Cave especially, and definitely Ramirez as well. But so I think that they were pretty ticked. And so honestly, I don't know if Paris and I get invited, onto that Tcox team if that doesn't happen. But they definitely needed some help, and so Paris and I, we were running games constantly against all these teams, and so it was good to get invited back that year. But you could tell that there was like an edge, and I don't know at the start of it if any of us believed, that we'd really, get past like DE2 or anything like that, because, a little bit of a disjointed thing, Stormrider. I mean, he was a fun cat, but he wasn't always the most organized or anything like that. And some of his instructions could always be, a little hilariously obscure. But I mean, even some of the best captains like Rabican did say similar stuff like that. So it was definitely a wild ride that year, but it felt good to get as far as we did for those guys, for like Stormrider and Cave and Ramirez. I think like the guys like Paris and Karma and I, we felt good that they were able to get like a really good run in without those guys, even though, as we'll see with the films, I mean, even though we ran into just an absolute juggernaut. And, one thing I'll just add, continuing on the '06 Myth World Cup theme, is that, in my opinion, and, other people are going to inevitably disagree with me, but especially because I wasn't there after '07. But just looking at like, if you were to graph this out, with like player population as far as like total number of players playing the game on one axis and like myth skill on the other axis, that player population line would kind of just steadily decline as you go along the right side of the graph. And then the player skill, graph, that might not be like a perfect bell curve, but I think that there has to be like some element of a bell curve to that, because inevitably when players aren't able to play as many games because the player population has dwindled, the overall skill level, in my opinion, just kind of goes down. You still might have, anywhere from like 1 to 5 players that are, dominant, which Myth has kind of always had, no matter the skill level or time. There's always been people that stand out. But, for me, '06 was kind of just right in the middle of that graph where you still had a good player population to field a bunch of teams, but players had gotten significantly better than the bigger tournaments of 2000 and 2001, and the strategies had kind of been refined. So '06 will always be kind of special for me, just because, of all those factors.
I have a question for you. Do you remember any of the context beyond of Arsenic and Grim leaving? Was it just they wanted to play with their other friends, or was there something more beyond it?
Well, Tirri left
I
too,
think it,
and like NP didn't know if they were even going to have players, and then they had quite a number of players show up and play. Because Tirri was on that
a lot
Teacock
of it
squad
was
in '05.
yeah, a lot of it was like the compulsory military service that the Finns have to do always makes their stuff like a little bit unpredictable. And they were all kind of hitting that age where they had to like, do, I forget how long it is. It's like 2 years, I think, or something crazy. And beyond that, I think that Grim and Arsenic, just being Finns, they felt a little bit closer to those players after however many years, and so it it wasn't. I don't remember it being like malicious from them at all, and there wasn't any like huge like fight out in the open. But you could just tell that Cave especially was a little bit betrayed by it.
I think that's all in your head.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to
I don't
remember
think
things
Cave
differently.
really gave a
That's just.
damn.
I mean, maybe later as we got further in the tournament, but I just remember at the start, right when it happened, I don't think anybody was like super happy about it.
Yeah, but it added fuel to the fire.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to seek motivation, no matter what it is, no matter what you're doing, whether it's real life, myth, anything.
I mean, this NP team got to play like every great team in the tournament and beat all of them. I'm looking at it now on their profile. It's pretty good. They beat
I mean,
NC,
it was
beat
a
BIA,
ridiculous team.
beat BME, beat us.
Yeah, I mean, it's numerous like 5-star players at the peak of their, or excuse me, 5 ball players at the peak of their power.
Yeah, I mean, so I was not here this year. I was actually in Iraq during this tournament, but I super, wanted to be there. Um, I mean, to build off your point, Clank, I mean, I do agree, like Clank, or 2006 rather, like I would say like 2005 even, to me is kind of like the start of this kind of like prime era because you had, to me, Shyster's 1v1 tournament that year. Pretty sure that was '05. Is it '05 or '06? I can't remember. Shit. Either way, '05, '06, somewhere around there. I definitely think, prime BC skills, 1v1s were like hot. And yeah, like you said, the activity, this Playmouth era. Playmouth was, you know, I don't really, I don't even see. Some people will say like Bungie net era, like because we lost a lot of players after Bungie closed down. But actually, to me, like Playmouth era was maybe even hotter than the Bungie net era in a lot of ways. Like maybe it didn't have as many players, but it had almost like for me more relevant like players. I don't know. How do you guys feel about that statement?
I think that it kind of self-selected for the people that really wanted to be there, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah, I would agree with
you had to
that.
put effort, into figuring out where to play and where to go. And so you didn't have people that just stumbled into the game like I did because their stepdad, had it somewhere in a box. That couldn't really happen anymore. You had to be a little bit plugged in and you had to chase it. So when you self-select like that, you're gonna kind of get like a concentrating effect, like iron sharpens iron. So you have these same players going against each other, repeatedly and just running games over and over again, and you're not getting as much of the dilutant, the truly, just awful players that can barely click. So I think that once BNet shut down, I mean, you start to see more of that concentrating effect
And I,
for
I
sure.
think a important thing to mention that we mentioned in some other podcast episodes, like, you go back to the Bungie days and like most people are still in dial-up. So you can only like get to a certain level of competitiveness when people
Exactly.
are playing
Yep.
on such bad connections. And by '04, '05, later years, people are having more stable connections that they can actually like, play solid meth.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Um, Couple questions, Clank. Just to dial back a little bit. Was it Tank Clan? Is that right? Tank Clan was the first clan you were in. TC. I do remember them. What kind of players? Remind me of some of the names. Like I do remember that group. I need a reminder. What kind of players were on that team, and like
So
who were the leaders, I guess, of that group? And what kind of how good was everybody? Would you say?
yeah, so it was a primarily TFL clan that didn't really make a huge jump to Myth 2, except for like a couple Myth World Cups. But it was like a very lighthearted um, group that predominantly played light maps. I mean, back in Bungie, I mean, there were times where you couldn't even log onto the server because all the rooms were full. And so you had a bunch of like subspecialization back in that era. So like there'd be entire clans that never played a light map or never played a dark map or only played
Right.
BC Tro, and they would like have agreements where they would have like a dwarf battle on the bridge, and that's all they played every single day. And so, the easiest comparison would be like Myth 2, the Raid, and World War II players that only played that. So it was like at the dawn of Myth. I mean, it was like that for the regular maps as well, and so Tank Clan was primarily light map players. The founder of the clan was actually Sherman Tank,
That's
and he was
right.
a British guy who was a doctor as well, and he still pays to keep the Tank Clan website up. From somewhere, he's still paying that like yearly fee or whatever because the website's still up all these years later, and I can still like log into the members only section and all that. So it's really funny. Um, but yeah, so besides Sherman, I mean, his brother, God, which one was? I think his brother was either Pernod or or somebody, but his brother was in there, and then there was like Poseidon, Ducky, who probably had more of a presence in Myth 2 than just about anybody else. He later became, I guess, Bone or something like that, but I wasn't there for his transformation into that guy, so I never got to experience that. But and then there were, I mean, tons of other. There was like McChazo. There was God, I'd have to go look at Knight's Shadow, a bunch of other guys, and so we would primarily play with other light map clans. Like the most noticeable example, who later they later went on to Myth 2 fame and still, are around these days. But the Camper clan.
Camper. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So Kampur, Camper.
Yep.
And so that clan had Shyster, August, several other players that ended up going on to become, name changers eventually. And so, not to get too into the weeds, but I mean, 01 was their big coming out story. And I mean, they were all good players on TFL too, but nobody thought that a TFL clan could make that jump, because the games are just so different. And so in 01, when they kind of shocked everybody with how well they did, I mean, those were the guys that we were playing with. Now, I'll say that Tank Clan wasn't, to a man, Tank Clan wasn't as good as the Camper players. And I mean, even then on TFL all those years ago, I mean, Shyster was still the best, player in that clan, and, probably amongst the light map players, he was towards the top with like Pepe and a few others. But yeah, so we played with them and Foundation, which I think Adren was on that, and then YCS, Your Clan Sucks, with like Oban and Q Roy, who Q is still around, even though he doesn't play anymore. Those were the people that we played with. And so Tank Clan was like super lighthearted. I mean, it was mostly about just like playing Grave Elmoth over and over and like seeing who could like white the crap out of other people the worst and stuff like that. But I mean, just tons and tons of hours as a teenager spent doing that before ever even moving to Myth 2. And so definitely some fond memories.
So TFL, you did a TFL for a few years, is that right? And then Myth 2 in about 2001, is that right?
Yeah. So 2001 is when I like came over a little bit just to like play in Myth World Cup, and I started playing like World War II, and I basically spent like my whole summer, kind of getting used to the game and all that. TFL was still going on at the time though, so I would still play TFL games. But then when God, I'm blanking. Who releases all the patches and stuff? What's their name again?
Project Magma.
Yeah, so when Magma released, what was it, like 1.4 or something like that, that had VTFL on it, and they advertised it as like the new greatest way to all be on one server and still be able to play TFL and all that. It basically kind of split the player population and killed the game.
Right. Yeah, I remember
So
that.
that's when I made the full move over to Myth 2 and never really like looked back after that. But like a lot of the other Tank Clan members, they just kind of picked up other games and kind of moved on. Only like myself and Ducky and a couple others really made the switch. Although it's kind of funny, one of the Tank Clan people, like I was just playing a random game like a month or two ago, and like I joined the game and they're like, "Holy crap, Clank!" And it's like some guy I've never like heard of, and he's like, "I'm Snoopy Tank," and I was like, "Holy shit!" Like there's still guys like picking the game back up that I haven't played with in 25 years. So yeah, it's always a nostalgia fest anytime I get back on Myth. So
I think it is for all of us to some extent, yeah. What place did Tank Clan get in 01, do you know?
40th. Yeah, it's funny that I
Okay.
remember that right
All
off
right.
the top. I think it was like 40 out of 68 or something like that.
Okay, gotcha.
So our only real notable win was over that poop squad. And even then it was like one of those funny scoring situations where we won 2 games and they won 3. but we blew them out on
Gotcha.
Tirris. Yeah, like I went like absolute like Donkey Kong or King Kong on Tirris on them, and just like took like 40% on a flank and just destroyed. And so we like maxed them on Tirris, and that was like 17 points, and so that's kind of why we won the match. But
Nice. And going into the like 04 era, 04, 06 era, how did you feel about BME? And Asmo, you were kind of friends with BME, right? So like, was it? I know Grim had issues with BME, especially, well, maybe not all of BME, but like you said, Magni and some of the other guys there that probably talked a lot of shit. I know there was some bad blood, maybe, or some, I don't know, maybe Grim didn't care that much, but
all those guys,
they probably,
I hated
T-Cox
all
didn't,
those guys.
you hated all of them. Okay, interesting. All right. Still,
Yeah, I mean,
like every single one. Like,
You hate Graham?
well, no, Grim wasn't. Well, yeah, fuck that guy too. But no, BME, like I couldn't stand any of them. You know, even Shohan, who I respected because he was so good, which I'm not sure anybody has ever been that much better than everybody else that was playing as he was at that time. I mean, he was just like he was so much better than anybody else for like 1 to 2 years. It was like ridiculous. And even him, I mean, he was so cocky because he knew it. But like
I,
What about
I mean,
Rattlesnake?
his brother Bullet. I mean, Rattlesnake was okay. I mean, he was quieter, but I mean, still just by association. Like I could barely stand him just because he was spending all that time with Bullet Tooth Tony and Chohan and Loyal and Magni, and they were all just like I couldn't stand them. Like when they won 04, I was pissed. I was like, I can't believe those freaking I hate those guys.
isn't that
So
your same persona though? So I'm surprised that
that's what I was
all
about to
those.
say, Asmo. Exactly. Like you're kind of dishing it too, Clank, right? So like, I mean, if you're gonna dish, you got to be able to take it,
but I
right?
mean, but but Clank doesn't have to think like that. You know, Clank. I mean, he wants to be
Okay.
he wants to be the loudest in the room. He wants to have both the dumbest and the wittiest comments at the same time. He wants to talk shit and get you off your game and beat you. And the fact that those guys were doing it too, it just didn't sit well with me. Like it was like there was like half a team of like semi clanks, and it just I don't know. It worked me into a frenzy. I was just like, man, these guys are fucking like, and so like when I thought we were about to get blown out in 05 when we were down 0-2, I mean, I was just like, I was barely talking in chat. Like I couldn't even function knowing that I was about to lose to those guys. So I mean, yeah, shutting them up and perhaps even running them off the game, because nobody saw them really after 06 or 07. I mean, that was a great feeling.
I can imagine an alternate reality where Clank joins BME instead of T-Cox and ends up being best friends with all those guys.
Well, that was their mistake for not inviting me. I would have been a pillar in that shitty, crap talking morass. So
And then 05, Hand of Allah. Is Hand of Allah a T-Cox like team? Like what kind
No.
of, no? Okay. I don't remember
They
what the
played
roster
against
was.
T-Cox.
that was an
Oh,
offshoot for
okay.
sure.
Who was
Yeah.
on that group? It was like
Yeah.
Merc, right? Merc was there, maybe?
No, Merc was
No,
on a
Mark
different
was
team. He was on the
BIA
BO
too.
team or
Oh,
whatever.
no shit. Okay. But you said Henry,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Henry.
It was like Zell.
Yeah, there was
Flatline.
Henry Soulblighter, Zell was the captain, me, TB, Karma. Although Karma usually didn't play, it was Tricksta that was dummying on his account. And who else was there?
Nemesis.
Here, I got a film right now that I can look at. Let's see. We have Flatline. So Flatline was another big player on that team, and yeah, I think that's the.
And Judas on that team. Noodles.
I don't think he
I
really
think so.
played though.
He was on the roster
Yeah,
though.
but the biggest people that like showed every single week were like Flatline, Henry, Zell, me, SB, and probably TB. Like we showed like every week, just about.
Remind me again, who did BME play in '04 finals? Was it T-Cox or somebody else?
NP.
Okay, NP. And then Hand of Allah was in the finals in '05. Is that right?
No, they lost in the bottom bracket
No,
finals.
Oh, okay.
third place.
All right, gotcha. All right, I'm fucking everything up. Okay, and then
Didn't play the finals
so
or
didn't get
didn't
to the
finish them.
finals those 2 years, but then of '06, as you mentioned, would you say that you guys beating BME in '06? I assume that was the bottom bracket finals. Is that an upset, would you say? Or
It was the
Yeah,
top bracket finals
top
actually.
bracket finals? Okay.
because BME
Yeah,
and
yeah.
BIA were both
NP didn't
had like
show.
5 trial rating, and we only had like a 4 trial rating on T-Cox.
Yeah, when
So
I look at
those were
those
two
rosters,
big
it definitely
upsets.
feels like an upset. Yeah, I agree.
Well, I mean, the week before that was Bia, and that was a huge upset. And it came down to the last game, and really the the difference between us winning and losing that game, it ended up being the fact that Mirk on Herogla Mirror, or however you pronounce that map, on one of those games, because we played 2 in a row, I think, to start out the match. But on one of those games, he like went to help rush mid, and he didn't leave a scout north, and so I was able to sneak like 4 warriors and a dwarf to their flag, and I like just robbed their flag, stole their flag to win the game when they were up by like 25%. So Karma and I still call him the Warden of the North to this day. Anytime we see him in a game. So, because we just started spamming him to try to get in his head after that happened. And yeah, so
Not
that was a
even
huge upset. I think we won by like 2 points. And then the week after that was BME, which was an even bigger upset, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
back to
But
back.
that was top bracket finals because NP had not shown for a game like early on and like immediately went to the bottom bracket. So they had to play through the bottom bracket all the way to the finals until they got to face T-Cox. So
Yeah, so MP, I forget if it's D1 or D2, but they played SL and they showed with 4 players, MP did, and they played a team of 7. That's how they got knocked to the bottom brackets like very early in the tournament, either D1 or D2.
The scoring's pretty funny because in the first match, NP doesn't score a point, and in the second match, they rematch later on, and Smurf Legion doesn't score a point. Just a reversal.
Clank, although you weren't in the '05 finals, do you have an opinion about what happened there in the '05 finals, since you were kind of aroundish and close to the event somewhat?
to be honest, I kind of checked out a little bit after we, got third place. But I do remember the controversy at the time, just like peripherally. And I remember for some reason I thought that Bia was trying to like avoid finishing. Like my impression at the time was that Bia did not want to play the games and that they kind of ran from the matchup. Now, how true that is, I don't know. I just remember that at the time, that was my general thought, was that it was on Bia and that they were kind of being pansies about it.
I think we've asked maybe a few different people, and I think everybody's pretty much said the same thing. Is that right, Asmo? I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember all the answers, but yeah, it was definitely like scheduling conflict, but it wasn't just scheduling, it's more just egos clashing and they would refuse to agree upon something. That's how I understood it.
All right, let's show some Homer some love here. Homer, you've been a little quiet over there. Let's get you in on this. Could you start us off, Homer, with your Myth origin story? Like, what year are we talking? How old were you? And how did you get introduced to the game of Myth?
Oh yeah. Can you hear me? My
Yep.
headphones are fucking up. My mom took me shopping for my brother's birthday, and she was like, "What should we get your brother?" And I was like, So I just picked out video games I liked. So I grabbed Myth 1, played that for a while. Myth 2, played that for a while. Then we grabbed Myth 3, we played that for a while. Finally, we got some modems, and Donsky was on Myth 3, and he was like, they're closing this game down. You guys should come play online Myth 2. I don't know what fucking year that was. Maybe 2001? 2002? I don't know.
02, yeah.
So Donsky...
no, I don't know, actually, for Myth 3, yeah.
Well, yeah, whenever they closed Myth 3 down, we came over, and my brother was like, oh, you gotta come play Myth 2 because there's actually players.
When you say that you played Myth 1 and 2 first, was it mostly just single player, or were you doing some multiplayer there too?
Yeah, we played all the campaigns, like, through and through, and then played Myth 3 online a bunch. And then, yeah, finally migrated to Myth 2, and couldn't believe to see people there playing games and full rooms and a bunch of assholes just telling me what to do and how to play raid on the... I became a raid whore for a while. But yeah, it was fun. And after that, I don't really remember. I just remember sucking so bad. And now finally, last year, I got Comet. Or just this year, I got Comet.
Man, I'm totally not remembering your guys's... By the way, just so everybody knows, like, Homer's brother that he's talking about is Genghis, just for the audience listening. And Genghis is a famous Bungie player. And I thought you guys showed up much later for some reason. I didn't realize that you guys were playing like that early, like already like 01-ish.
Well, whenever Myth 3 crashed...
I'm gonna guess that's probably 02, 03, around that time.
Year. Did you play it on the GameSpy arcade?
What was that?
Did you play Myth 3 on the GameSpy arcade?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember being on there as well.
Was it just like a year or two?
So I don't...
It must have gone down in like 03, 04.
Yeah, it was definitely 03 because I remember playing in high school Myth 2, so we were both on. So yeah, it would have been 2002, 2003 we got on Myth 2, and I'm sure we sucked balls for like 2 or 3 years before we even...
That's normal.
were
like everybody
noticed.
does, yeah.
Because the gameplay was so much faster than Myth 3.
Oh,
and so I was
interesting.
just like, what the F is happening? Oh yeah, Myth 3, it takes forever for your units to die.
Is that because the higher health, lower damage? Like, do you have any sense of why that was?
Attack speed is slower and higher health, yeah, lower
Gotcha.
damage. Probably all three.
Yeah, gotcha.
So yeah, Myth 2. And now nothing's changed.
And then Genghis, he joined NC. He kind of finally was getting onto the map maybe in like 08 when he joined NC. And then you didn't technically join NC, I guess, but you you kind of organized the finalist team in 2010. And actually, Honky talked about that. I don't know if you did. You happen to Homer? Did you happen to listen to that episode at all with Honky talking about 2010?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't even remember.
Okay, fair.
I just moved back into my mom's house and was probably playing in the basement like 6 hours a day, so I was peak Myth for me.
Last last question for both of you guys, and then we can kind of like dig into the teams for 06 and get the match started here. I always like to ask everybody, like, Clank, you already discussed this a little bit, but I'll ask it anyway, just in case you want to add anything to it. How do you describe yourself as a Myth player, kind of both competitively, personally? Like, what units are you best with, would you say? Like, are you aggressive or passive player? Like, that kind of stuff. How would you describe yourself? Start with Clank first.
So I'll say that, it's probably like fluctuated throughout the years as far as like what sort of player I was. But I mean, the the overarching theme that I always tried to bring to the table was I looked at it, as lame as this may sound, but I looked at it as like a personal responsibility of mine to make the game more interesting. And to do that, I employed, very, annoying means at times. But you
Psychological
always
warfare, would
knew,
you say?
yeah, I mean, but the thing is, like, you always knew when a neon green player with a blue Thunderbolt joined the game that you were in for a ride. Like, you knew that there was about to be just never ending shit talk. And there was going to, it was not going to be a dull moment. And so I wasn't interested in, just sitting there quietly and, letting the game, kind of fade into oblivion. I tried to drum up interest, raise the stakes, make things more interesting, whether it was like a random Rabble game or the Myth World Cup. And so, I mean, I would just, oh my God, I was unbearable to be around sometimes. Um, and, I'm probably like a shadow of that these days. I still try to project all that. 'Cause it's still fun to some degree, but yeah, I just wanted everybody to be really invested in the game. If we're gonna play this dead game, or sorry, that's probably being a little mean to the podcast that we're doing, but if we're gonna play this game that had kind of faded out of the eye of the mainstream public, I thought that, we all know each other so well from playing tons of games together that, I just wanted to kind of up the stakes. And then as far as like the actual playing of Myth, I always looked at that as kind of like a secondary endeavor. But I would say that I was definitely better with light units to start out with because that's what I was most experienced with. Then I started playing, World War II, and then when I went over to the regular aspect of Myth 2, it started out with light, but then I quickly really liked Troing in Myth 2, and so I kind of picked that up and played a lot of Tro Tirris, and I really liked like the Mercuria, like melee aspect of it because TFL was really heavy on melee. So, melee was kind of like, I still had that going for me. And it took me a while to pick up the differences in the artillery units. But then once that happened, I kind of started getting more into like, archers and dwarfs and fetch. And I'd say that, these days, I'm older, slower, more misclicks, but I still enjoy, archer battles, dwarves, fetch, things like that. I don't get Tro as much as I used to, but that's okay.
Yeah, to your point, Clank, and I don't know if you remember this actually, when around 2020, I came back too. I guess you came back maybe a little bit before me. I came back like a little bit, like kind of towards the end of that MWC, I think. And like I showed up and like one of the very first, I had been gone for not as long as you, but I had been gone for like 2.5 to 3 years at that point. And I showed up and you were like all over me, man. And I was talking shit to me and I was like, where is this coming from, dude? Like, because last I remembered we actually teamed together. I don't know if you remember, like 07,
Yeah,
08.
07, yeah.
Were you not on the 08 team with Roz? I thought you were, but with Dark Horses?
No, I pieced out after 07.
Okay. Well, we
But
teamed together. The last I saw you, like, we teamed together. I was like, what the fuck? Where's this coming from?
they told me you were the best, and so the best Myther has always gotten that treatment from me.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I think I kind of I don't think you appreciated it very much, if I remember. I think you just like logged off and probably didn't log back on for like.
Well, you weren't part of the drama that led to me leaving 3 years prior. So, but that, like, yeah, I was there. Things got hot in 2018 for me, and I had to go away for a while. Let's just say, yeah. All right. Well, interesting. And Homer, how about you? Like, what kind of player do you just? I imagine you're not a very competitive player. You don't consider yourself a very competitive player, but you're still a pretty good player. How would you describe yourself as a
Best.
player?
The yeah.
I'm like Clank. I'm just trying to make sure everyone has a horrible time, and I try to troll people as much as possible. Sometimes I win games. These days it's pretty easy because I'm playing against Dangerous Rick and Edgeless, but
Homer, you've
I
been
don't know.
capping a lot
Not really.
recently. What's are you taking an interest in capping in recent years, would you say, or what?
No, I've been forced to cap because no one else wants to, and
Best cap ever.
no one else will step up. No one else wants to do it, so
Oh, captain, my captain.
Clank, you actually, I noticed you're capping in the draft tourney as well.
Yeah, not doing a very good job of it right now, but working on it. Biggest problem is I have too many MPs on my team. I only have one MP, but that's too many. So, once I get that horrible ball and chain off my ankle, I think we can really fly.
Is the
be
capping
nice to
things
MPs.
is the capping thing for you, Clank, similar as Homer's situation? Like you just nobody else wants to do it, or you actually kind of wanted to do it?
Back in the mid 2000s, I used to, cap all the time as far as like the random Rabble games and stuff. And I think that that's where Paris and I and Karma and Tainted Bliss and Father Mac, I think that that's, we were like some of the people that were doing that the most often. And so you'd have like the BIA people would be like online trying to like practice and like
We'd be
work
against
on their
their stack.
strats. And yeah, they'd stack the teams and we'd be with like total like rando newbie teams. And I would just kind of cap those games. And I mean, we had a blast. We would really like piss them off at some point. Because I mean,
Well,
you're
we'd win
not only
sometimes.
no, I mean we won all the time, and then uh, it was like insult to injury. I mean, we were talking so much shit as we did it. It would like really throw people off their games and stuff like that. So that was when I kind of started capping a little bit. I capped in 2020. I did like a couple rounds of the Grim Classic and with like Paris and LSO and Dren, and it's a lot easier to cap when you have people that can just like straight up kill the other team. Like if you put them in the right spots, it's always nice. But I really enjoyed, capping that year for those matches, and I like doing like a little bit of unorthodox stuff. I think my problem this year is I've tried to be like a little too orthodox, and I've kind of gotten talked out of a couple things that I wanted to do, and I need to just kind of tell everybody to shove it. So.
I would agree with that, and this is my advice to all captains: is you can't do strategies by committee. Like it's got to be a dictatorship. So, like, yeah, like you said,
Amen. Amen.
it just turns into like uh, I don't know. Just think of anything that's like gone horribly wrong when it tries to get organized by committee, rather than
It's just It's just like trying to piece together a bunch of different ideas that don't necessarily like
So
work
that
together.
and you piecing together a bunch of different ideas so that the end result is none of those ideas actually gets executed properly. You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
You're compromising like on
it's like
everything.
Definitely.
it's a Frankenstein.
sense.
You're making a Frankenstein strategy, or yeah, basically. So
That's definitely true. And but the one thing I will say about capping, it's the blessing and the curse, the good and the bad, is like when you win a match and you capped and like everything like went how you planned. I mean, there's no better feeling like in Myth than to see that happen. Like that beats any sort of like winning your flank or like doing crazy ratios and all that, doing the flag. But like to like cap like a match and win, that's a way better feeling. But at the same time, if you lose, especially if you lose poorly, I mean, it's just such a brutal feeling. If you like, care about doing anything well in life, whether it's video games that don't mean that much or your job, you know, if that's like something, if you care about like what you're doing, it's just a brutal feeling, like when you lose a match. So it's kind of, it just kind of ups the ante a little bit.
yeah, if you have any kind of competitive personality that you care in any way, shape, or form to anything that you do, like even I have a competitive personality, and even things I suck at, it still sucks losing just because I'm competitive, just no matter what. So, yeah, and Asmo, by the way, you and I were just talking about this very thing. So I appreciate Clank saying it as well. That like we were saying the same thing, that there's no better high than like winning a game entirely on your strategy and execution, and seeing your team execute it like flawlessly, as a captain. Like there's no better high, and that's why captains, the few captains that do captain regularly, and when I say captain, like they're doing the strategies too, which is not always the case, but that's why they put in those hours, because yeah, you're chasing that high from that feeling of that win. So yeah. Homer, couple questions for you. You're not in this 2006 match, but we still wanted you here because there's a few different years we'd like you to see you return, but at least one big one would be the MWC 2020 finals that you famously captained and won. And that was a big year for you. I mean, you beat me. I hadn't lost an MWC, especially as captain, since that was my first and only loss as captain in an MWC, and I hadn't lost MWC since '08. So that's a big win for you. And you did great that year. I always gave you big props for that year. Will you come back for us to do that finals with you? Preferably also if you could convince your brother to show up with you. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, if I can fix my mic. It's been a couple years, it's been broken, but yeah, we'd love to come on and talk about whatever special shit we did that year.
Yeah,
It's already fading in my bad memory.
I really feel like your capping that year was different, man. Like I thought you were gonna keep it going, but then I don't know. I don't know, whatever you did differently. I'd be curious to ask you if you felt like you did something differently that year, because you were like, you had some great strats that year. I was impressed.
It's back to capping by committee. I just did what I
Yeah.
wanted to do that year. No one gave a shit. We had solid 6 players show up every match. Next year, everyone had something to say about what we should do. We did Frankenstein strategies,
Okay,
and
that's
it
starting to make
totally
more
fucking
sense.
backfired.
Okay. Yep. All right.
So yeah, you just have to go with your instincts and stick with that. Not that sometimes it backfires when you.
You cut out there at the end. Sometimes it backfires. What? I think we lost him. Did anybody else?
When you follow your instincts, it backfires sometimes, but for the most part, it's better to have one cohesive strat.
Yeah, I'm surprised that like literally every other captain I've talked to says they had this same problem with their team, and I've never had this problem with my team. My team pretty much shuts the fuck up and lets me do whatever the fuck I want. So yeah, I mean, everybody, I guess like shout out to the myth community. Like, let your captains do what the fuck they want. I guess is what I would say. You'll probably end up with a better team result and team experience. That's all I'll say. Let's jump into these 2006 finals a little bit here. I want to look at this site real quick and see these rosters. I think, Clank, we sufficiently covered the lead up to this finals match. Is that right? Or was there anything else we missed?
I will say that the games for like the BIA and the BME matches were definitely more compelling. They were much closer matches than what
We'll definitely
we're about
do
to go
that.
over.
Yeah, we'll definitely do another
But
episode on that later on. Yeah.
but yeah, but I think we've touched on, I mean, from our standpoint at this time, Thundercox, we were already more than pleased with like kind of what we had done. I mean, we were the top bracket champions, but we knew that. I mean, we were just kind of going into a buzzsaw, and it was going to be a really tough match. And I think if I remember correctly, I think that the '06 finals might have been the first time that we all got on voice for the match as well, which I mean, voice was kind of a new thing for everybody at that time. And I don't know if the voice helped us as much that year as it, once everybody got more used to voice in the coming years, it kind of became a staple. I mean, now in I mean, one of the negatives of voice is that you don't get any good chat in the games, from whatever year onwards. I mean, it's like a
Right.
ghost town in the chat compared to the early years where you have like so much funny vid chat that's like preserved for us to view, years later. But I think '06 was the finals. I think was the first time we all got on voice, and it was a little bit of a cluster. But I don't think I even got in until like the fourth or fifth game, when the match was already kind of like starting to get out of hand. But
Yeah, I didn't mention this earlier, but I really feel like this NP roster this year was actually stronger than their O1 roster. Would you agree with that, or?
oh yeah, I mean, you add Grim and Arzenic,
Right.
And
And
Tirri.
to
Thierry,
like
Thierry too.
oh,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Tirri. I forgot that was his first year. Well, '05 might have been his first year,
yeah, yeah.
um, but yeah, I mean, and they still had people like Fire and Rab and Zell and
Oh yeah, Rab and Chickenwire were both five ballers. I mean, at this time,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it was seriously like just like an insane lineup. In my opinion, still one of the best tournament teams ever.
I'll reserve judgment until I see their strategies, but certainly BC wise, like super stacked roster. Yeah, absolutely. And talk talk to me a little bit about like the roles on T-Cox. Like I'm imagining Zur is gonna throw this for the most part. Cave is gonna be another heavy hitter. I would imagine Zur and Cave are your two best players. Is there any like how else would you break down the roles on the T-Cox roster here?
Yeah, so Paris and I were still in Karma. We were at the point where, they weren't gonna like trust us with like the huge like heavy hitter goals. And Paris might remember some of this stuff better than I can recall, but Zur definitely got, the rushy units on every map, and to some extent T-Cox kind of went as Zur went. So if Zur I mean, he was such like, I mean, players like, him and Kirk and, we all know players like that where their highs are super high, but their lows, especially like if they get on tilt, I mean, it, they could have a brilliant play or they could just totally sink any chance you have of winning whatsoever. And so, he was entrusted with some like really heavy duty roles. Stormrider, he was definitely like more of a cerebral captain. Like he wouldn't take a lot of units. when he was captain. Cave, definitely got like heavy hitters type stuff. Flatline was still actually pretty good, even though his internet connection didn't always work the best. He was still a pretty solid player, so he'd frequently get like bigger unit sets, and then Ramirez was another one that got like heavy unit sets. So
And we already discussed this, but I'm just kind of reiterating that you guys came into this match from the top bracket. You had beaten BME in the top bracket. NP had a weak showing throughout the tournament until like the very end, basically. It sounds like to me.
Nah, it was just that 1 week they had a weak showing, and then after that they showed up on fire.
Gotcha. And what 1 week was that again? Was that like right before
It's
the top
like
bracket?
DE2
Against BME?
They were scheduled. Nah, they were scheduled
it was
against Smurf
DE1.
Legion, and then we were supposed to play against them, but because they lost, we played against Smurf Legion instead. And then they started riding the bottom bracket all the way to the
Smurf
top.
Legion sent NP to the bottom bracket because they just didn't show?
Yeah, it was like
it a forfeit?
7-on-4 match.
Oh, okay.
Like, I mean, it's right in the TA of the team, I think. It says, like, Rabican scheduled very terribly. So they didn't show up, but now they're showing up, and yeah.
I linked the match results in the chat that shows what happened.
Okay.
And SL wasn't, I thought it was a poop team, but it wasn't. It was like Nemesis, it was Rascal, Blonde. So it was a better team than poop. So yeah, 7 vs 4 is pretty tough with the players that were on the SL team.
Okay. I only
And really,
recognize
the
Nemesis
only
and Arsenal,
team,
but on Blonde
yeah,
and
the
Lil
only
Rascal.
team that even gave them like a match the entire tournament was BIA3 in the bottom bracket. I mean, that was the only. They blew everybody else out. Like that entire run. Like you look at it, 46-10, 46-13, 28-0, 29-3, 43-11 against name changers, 30-29 BIA3, 34-9 BME, 47-23 Tcox.
Well, that's one of the
So I mean,
interesting
they
things.
really.
That's one of the interesting things about the situation is because they went to the bottom bracket because they pretty much didn't show up for the match. They had 4 people. And then they only have that one close match against BIA, which was insanely close. It's actually like one of the closest game fives or like elimination games that exist in Meth. And so it's like they were so close to being eliminated from the tournament like super early on. Instead, they go on to roll pretty much everyone.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So that one match, like DE1, so the very first round of DE, they just it fucks up everything. How they got sent to the bottom bracket when they clearly should not have been, right? Like if they had any decent showing, and so their NP's kind of the ones that end up eliminating BIA and BME and whoever else they played.
They eliminate everyone.
Right. You guys end up beating BME, which is a huge upset
Yeah.
still. Full props on that. But you guys, other than that, kind of coast. Like you were supposed to play NP earlier in the tournament, but were able to kind of coast through to the top bracket, essentially, right?
Yeah, and like NP was supposed to play BIA, but because they lost early, it changed the whole course of everything.
Man, I want to watch that. We'll have to do maybe another episode on this NP BIA match as well. Like that looks like a super interesting match to watch as well.
Comes down to 1 point on the old point system.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, they did win on games at least 3-5, so it's no crazy bullshit like that.
I remember like Arzenic had commented that they had rehosted the game and it changed their strategy. So you're gonna have to like maybe try to get Arzenic involved. I remember he was like shit talking Wayward One. I think maybe BIA had Wayward One capping and then they took him out for Raz. There was some like weird rehost.
Gotcha. All right. Any other comments before we jump into these films?
Now let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. All right. Let's So I'll skim the PT the way we do this. By the way, everybody good on the films? If anybody's not good on the films, let us know. I'm just going to skim the PT here, and we'll pause at 0 and kind of start it together. Just like to get the PT
Game
chat
one
on
smells.
recording. Smells, yeah. We just watched this. Wow. We just watched this literally exact same map and game type on the MWC 2011 Bulls versus NP finals.
Yep.
Everybody hates it, to be honest, but I mean, it's like one of those classics that like kind of has to get played, you know, in a Myth World Cup.
I like it. It's a different way to play Myth.
It is very, yeah, it's unique because of the mazes and the terrain and the confusion warlocks for sure. Very different meta. Looking at these trades.
Whoever thought of the confused locks with the walls, I mean, it's just brilliant, to be honest.
Good old Badlands.
Pretty different trades, it looks like.
A lot more, just a couple more dwarfs for NP essentially, and a couple archers. Why does it feel like T-Cox just has so much more melee? I'm like
Because
wondering.
We got a lot more Thrall on T-Cox.
yeah, I mean,
Warriors too, though.
MP got 3 more dwarfs than T-Cox. That's 18 points right
it's
there.
3 more
And
dwarfs.
then archers too.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, it is just those 3 dwarfs and the 2 archers difference. I mean, what do you guys think of these trades? I don't know what to think of them, to be honest.
I just think dwarfs are so good on this map, like
Mhm.
this map specifically, that I do like that part from them. But like, I mean, T-Cox has an insane amount of lead compared to MP, so if they can get the early tag advantage, then I give them, you know, the advantage. But yeah,
VI is huge on this,
exactly, for
and
sure.
melee tends to help you get the VI, I would think. I agree with you, dwarfs are huge on this, but man, that melee shortage is somewhat concerning. I really can't make a strong prediction on this. It's kind of a toss-up to me. Does anybody else want to make a prediction on this one? Just based on the trades? No? Okay.
Depends. So
Yeah.
I'm just looking at who has like which units. Like
Oh,
ours
yeah,
and
let's see
SP are
that.
on the Warlocks
Yeah, we got Cave
versus
and-
Cave and Ramirez.
Yeah, let's look at that. R's and SB, okay. And then they give a couple Hurons to the lockers too. So the Hurons for NP are all split up just like in 2s and pairs. And then
Tirri's
T-Cox.
benched in game 1. Very nice.
Do you think he's benched or he's just not there
I mean, that
yet?
just goes to show.
No, he's definitely there. It's just they have so many players that year.
Oh,
They have
okay.
like 16
They're so
people on the
confident.
roster, and probably 12 people showed up to play in the finals.
I do like Zur and Par on dedicated Huron packs. I mean, for that reason alone, I'm gonna try to pick T-Cox on this, even though I know that NP wins this match. But
I don't know. Qwerty's got a lot of units. Flatline's got a lot of units. I'm concerned.
I'm curious to see how you do with the. I mean, Clank just said you were like younger, like newer, and not trusted as much, Par, but you're already getting a Huron pack here. That's a pretty important role. So I'm curious to see what you would do with it. We just watched you Huron pack literally 5 years later for the Bulls match. So
I definitely like Thundercox to split more here. I will say that much.
yeah, I think I do too. I'll try to pick T-Cox on this for my prediction.
It'll definitely be a good game.
Homer, you got any comments over there, buddy?
He's went AFK for a little bit. I don't know if he's back. So.
Oh, gotcha. Trying to pull him into the conversation a little bit. Okay. Well, actually, let's give Homer.
I want to wait for him.
We trying to get Ramirez on here?
Yeah. Is Ramirez around right now? He was gonna be here tonight, but then he wasn't around, so I'm not sure what happened. If he's online, he can hop in.
Oh no, I was just asking you guys.
Gotcha.
I don't see him online. No, he was playing earlier this year. Like,
He played recently. Yeah. He owned me on Tamerlan. Like randomly, I was like, oh, he's still got it.
Game on.
The smiley spam.
It's always interesting going back and watching these films, specifically with MP, because their roster's just so massive. It's like, who's going to be in the games? You actually don't see a Gecko like in a lot of the games that you see MP in, which is surprising.
I don't know. I don't think Gecko even makes a game in the finals here.
Oh, really? Not at all, huh?
He might have been in
Yeah.
the military, but I mean, Gecko was always more of a FFA player than
Well, they just had so many
anything.
players, you know.
The locks are going together, which is interesting. That seems like staple MP at this point, though, from all the films we watched. They're all about the mix squads.
Especially on smells. You kind of have like 7 or 8 different lanes you've got to cover.
Archers. Like
Flag
the way that they're
captured.
using that.
Flag captured. Flag
Oh, you know,
captured.
I think the flames can hurt the confusion locks because they're not warlocks of fire.
Flag captured. Flag captured. Flag captured.
In the East is a pretty key thing going on. MP might lose one of their locks right now, Soulblighter. It was actually their lock. It was actually their lock that confused, and it looks like it confused their own herons that were defending it, which is why this black solo heron's being able to get on it solo. Oh yeah, that's bigger there. Oh, they're going aggressive right now. Looks like this throw it up us. Yep.
Oh, brutal bounce. Brutal bounce.
I don't think you need to be
Well, if
aggressive
that bottle
with
doesn't
West.
bounce, though, he pusses both those dwarves.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the West. You don't need to be aggressive in the West right now. With that early lock kill in the East, like you let the East be the pressure point, you know? Chickenwire says their strat sucks in chat.
Flag captured.
Ah, I gotcha.
Rush. Well, you can see what their goal was with the archers to get them on the ramps.
Yep. east
They're on the far
and west. Yeah, both sides.
ramps on either side. Or get a fire arrow down on something. Well, and they could fire arrow the doorway. You know, if you have like a rush on place to try to bar. You know.
So I would say something right now is like Peacock's got the melee heavy trade, and even after getting pushed off the west flag, they still have flag advantage. So I feel like they're in a pretty strong position right now, even after using some pus in the west.
Well, those dwarves are just a problem. Well, if we do leave, then he's gonna be able to like take all the back flags, but there's really nothing we can do to stop it. Flatline's gonna get pinched.
Where Chickenwire's at.
Yeah.
5 minutes remaining.
Ooh,
Boom.
they turned out really good. Yeah, Part made some big plays there for sure.
Yeah, I got a little lucky there. I mean, they're still able to keep that second dwarf alive. Like, Zer just didn't really ever want to commit to this fight at all the whole time. Yeah.
For sure. He could literally flag the other
I'm,
team by going to the backfill. They only have like
I'm, la-
5 total units on defense or something.
Because MP
I'm
needs,
laughing
like,
at how
2
much
more
the single
flags.
archer is annoying the East. It's like really funny.
Some big action has about to happen on the east.
I'm over there, too.
Yeah, I like that Cave split some of his units, give it to Paris. I mean, use all your players.
Fucked.
You have to. The Warriors just need to dodge the arrows and they'll be good.
Flat's kind of leaking onto the offense.
Up a flag.
And 3.
Flag captured.
I think he was too low mana. I'm not for sure though.
He had hit like the warrior with some of the fireball too.
Flatline should get the southwest flag. We'll see who gets the.
1 minute remaining.
Oh yeah, they might lose this tag.
Flag
Yeah, it's
captured.
big. So now they need two tags at least. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Flatline will get that one, but it's gonna be tough to get a second one where units are at this point.
Thirty seconds.
Sir is on offense now. I wonder if they could contest long enough. That's what I'm watching. I'm gonna see if he does a good enough job. Yeah, we'll see. Zer needs to run straight for that flag though. He can't get caught up at this. Whoa, why didn't Flatline should have finished it? Whatever. It's not a big deal.
Flag captured. Sudden death.
And MPs might get flagged too though in the northeast. Law Cairns, yeah.
Flag captured.
Qwerty's positioning right now is
Imminent.
super strange. He's on like the ramp when they're trying to contest flags at the very end of the game. So,
Flag
yeah,
captured.
dang. Yeah, very close game. I feel like T-Cox probably should have got that win. I didn't see it, happen. Paris or
That's
Slot
my
just got
first
bogged
MWC
down.
finals game. Pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see how Ramirez is and I think he killed one of the warlocks with his heron too.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Big game for Chickenwire, man.
Yeah, I like Thundercox's Trade here a lot. That's pretty much what I do today.
Cream said he's gonna call me in the middle of the match. Oh man, this is a throwback. Yeah, but I had Cream had my phone number and I had his phone number to Finland. So he says he's gonna call me there. I wonder if he actually does during the match. I say, call me. You can hear my team on the team speak.
Hey, GKG, it sounds like there's an audio issue on your end right now. It was working before at least the match. I'm not sure what point it stopped. It is not yet. Nope.
No.
Yeah, there's some issue right now for sure.
Yeah.
Everyone else's audio is coming through. It's just you.
Is it a source problem?
Hey, Clank, do you remember the reason that you didn't show up in this match until game 3? Did you and Carmen just show up late, or they were just playing with the OG players until they were
It was
struggling early
a
on?
it was a captain choice. It
Gotcha.
was a captain choice for sure. Although, well, I don't want to spoil anything, but I'll just say that we needed to be in the game sooner. I think that much is clear. You know,
I don't think it would have
we
made a
needed the
difference,
calm,
buddy.
steady. They needed the calm, steady hand of Clank.
Can you check the stream
I
now?
don't know. When does the clank factor go
No,
down?
but I think that you do kind of like raise a good point though. I think that this tournament was kind of when Paris first started, you know, kind of like coming onto the scene as far as like a serious, you know, like good player. And I think that over the course of the tournament, Paris was kind of trusted more and more with increasingly bigger roles. And so I feel like it was probably like a body of work type thing where Stormrider looked at what Paris had done up to that point in the tournament and just kind of, you know, thought, he wanted to, kind of trust him and Qwerty, because the other five players, are like locked in, because they're not only, good players, but they're also like Thundercox, like through and through.
Yeah.
Stormriders are Flatline, Ramirez, Cave, and then to a lesser degree Qwerty. But um, but yeah, so Qwerty and Paris get the nod in the first few games just because I think that he looked at them as more reliable.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that Paris
Yeah, we
got.
were playing
By the way, check my
playing a
stream.
lot of World of Warcraft too around this time.
Check.
These
Oh,
guys
you
like
were
hooked me up
giving
with an
hand
account.
jobs behind.
Whoa,
God,
settle down.
see, you were sucking up on other games.
I think it was a push to talk
Yeah,
issue on my
Ramirez hooked
end.
it up.
Can you check it again real quick? I
I
just
feel like I
removed it.
remember
That's how
playing
you got
World
the
of
nod.
Shit.
I mean, I did some crazy shit in that BIA match.
I
Did
forgot.
alright
I was
versus
talking
Bungie.
earlier. I forgot to do push to talk. Can you guys check the stream real quick again? I think it's working. I removed my push to talk, so I think that was causing an
that's
issue.
working.
Okay.
Yeah,
very
you're good to go.
All right, cool. I was trying to agree with what Clank was saying earlier, that Stormrider seemed to trust Paris pretty quick, because the fact that he gave him that Heron pack on smells is a sign already. I would say that, yeah, Paris was starting to be recognized already at this point. So and smart on Storm to recognize it that quick. So
I'd finally gotten cable internet, Playing on dial-up all the years before that was never helpful.
yeah, oh, that's a huge difference maker. Dude, when I went from like dial-up to DSL, it was like +1 ball, and then when I went from DSL to cable, it was like plus another ball, just from that shit, So yeah, it's huge.
It's like playing a totally different game.
Like it's like everybody, you play against the same players, and it's like, wow, it's like a lot easier all of a sudden.
Right.
It's like you didn't understand why you're just getting your ass beat so much before, and it's like, yeah, it's just totally different.
You're really just seeing a slideshow and super old data.
You just feel like you're getting your like out-clicked like hell for some reason, and like then later you realize like you were being handicapped the entire time. Like it's like training with like weights on, and then you take the weights off finally, and it's like, oh shit, I'm super fast.
Yeah. Like, that's how Flatline told me he got his Comet. It's because he would just host Float and Clash and Trow and a few other maps all the time, but he would always be the host. So he's living out in Australia with the best connection to the game, and everyone else is just lagging and forking over the points.
Yeah. Let me get to 0 PT time on this. Hang on. Did Homer say what he had to do?
He said he was going to grab food.
Oh, okay,
and-
gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah.
That's fine. Cool. Oh, forgot to do double speed. All right, I'm at 0 now. Are you guys ready to start?
Yeah. Gonna grab a beverage real quick.
All right. Well, Par, I was about to start. Do you want us to wait for you, Par? All right. Let's give him a minute.
Yes, we're waiting.
Yeah.
So I guess
was
something
classic.
about MP's trade is they got a ton of whites to sink too, just like Thundercox. They got more than.
Yeah.
What,
Good point.
Animo?
They got even one more, I think. 6. No, it's one more. 9.
So it looks like a big part of
The
their
biggest one
strategy
that stands
really
out to
just trying
me,
wide out.
the biggest thing, I can't imagine not getting Thrall on DE Tirris. That's
Yeah.
the craziest thing to me.
Well, I do remember the big famous, what was it? I think it was I don't know if it was Civil that popularized it and then later NP picked it up, or maybe NP popularized it first, but like the big classic strat on this in the very early years was actually Max Solus and Max like fast melee, and like do 6 even squads for everybody. And I think MP had like some success with that for a couple of years maybe. And that's why I see that kind of same mindset in their other trades. I don't think they're doing that here. They have, oh yeah, they have 4 different solars. So they're doing a little bit of that here as well, actually. But 2 of them only have 1 soul. I don't know. It just, yeah, they like to give like a little straggler ranged units to everybody. So I'm gonna have to predict Tcox wins this, but Tcox has to just ignore the Solus and run the timer out to leverage their Thrall advantage at the end is how they have to play it. So we'll see if they execute it properly.
You back, Paris?
Let's go ahead and start without him. He can speed up
I
to
agree.
catch up. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
Do you remember, does Tcox have like a primary shot caller over voice? Is it Cave or Storm making the calls most of the time?
You know, this was the only game that we were on
Flag
voice, but
captured.
I'll say that Stormrider was, you know, pretty much the
Flag
big shot
captured.
caller. Although that wasn't a term at the time, but
Mostly because
captured.
Cave
yeah, he pretty
and
much-
Ramirez wouldn't say much.
Par, we
I mean,
started.
Cave and
We're at
Ramirez
11:20
don't
right
really
now.
Flag
talk
captured.
much.
Okay.
Flag captured.
I mean, it was
Flag
cool
Yeah, I
to
would say
use
that
voice
that
chat
might be
here.
one of the big negatives is that Thundercox, with the exception of like me, Karma, and
Flag captured.
Paris,
Flag
we're all
captured.
pretty quiet.
Flag captured.
Surprised there's a quiet person. Seems like he'd be someone who would talk a lot.
Flag captured.
Well, Stormrider and Cave are Dutch, so I don't think English is their main language anyway.
Gotcha, that makes sense.
Now than he was back then, as far as I remember him. But like, you get him on voice now, and he talks the entire time.
Flag captured.
Who's
Flag
that?
captured.
Zer.
Zer.
Oh, gotcha.
Flag captured. Flag captured.
He's a lot more talkative now than
Flag
he was.
captured. Flag.
He was playing a
Flag.
lot of Defense of the Ancients back at this time.
Par taking a great melee engagement in the south. Is that
Flag
ours that he
lost.
fought or Cream? I didn't see.
Cream. It was Cream.
Gotcha.
Flag captured.
Okay, so
I don't speak Finnish, but I'm sure
Flag
Cream just
captured.
said I wasn't even watching my units.
Pus goes down for NP on Ramirez near middle. Trying to save that goal.
Flag captured.
Yep, Ramirez saves it. Ramirez playing surprisingly solid. I
Flag
didn't
captured.
think he was quite this good. He's doing real well.
Flag captured.
Oh, Cave shows his white middle and then sinks it again.
Flag
So
contested.
NP sees it now. Okay, big fight going on south of mid. Tirri taking an
and
engagement
Tirri.
on Paris. Paris looks like
Flag.
NP's got a superior force there. Paris is getting 2v1, maybe even 3v1, 2v1.
Flag lost.
Tirri and Chickenwire on Paris. Percentages are evened up. Thundercox should just really be looking to run this timer out. They're
Flag
Flatline. I don't know who drew that arrow in the south for the south to push, but I really think Tcox should just kind of like camp basically on their side of the map and run the timer out.
Flag captured.
Okay, yeah. They're look at this. Flatline's getting pinched right now in the south. Tirri is set. Tirri and Chickenwire are really coordinating really well together right now in the south, and they're gonna pick off Flatline here next.
Yeah, his wires are probably gonna go down here at least from a
I
puff.
always
Needs to
remember
go
that
south.
pinch. That pinch that Tirri and CW just pulled on me. I always remember that. That's how I remember this finals. Is
Yeah,
that and the Barons map?
They are coordinating very well, and at this time they're like basically, arguably the two best Myth players, or like top 5, both of them for sure, right? So
contested.
It's a really good puss from
And
Tirri
Ramirez
right
is
there.
too slow to help.
really
help
good
right
puss,
now.
yeah, in the south.
Flag lost.
They just need to clean up the wires though, ignore the sticks, kill the wires.
Well, they can run down the stakes
don't
too with a
understand
goal.
what
They
Ramirez
just need
is
like 1 or
doing.
2 goals
What?
without puss.
What?
Flag lost.
Why
Where's
is Ramirez
Ramirez
not
Flag
running to help them?
captured. Flag
Where is he?
captured.
Not bad.
Flag
Yeah.
lost.
They need to
Ramirez
run
is just
some
wasting
thrall.
percentage.
Stormrider's thrall need to help them.
Flag captured.
They also have that white in the water there. I'd bring that white to the edge of the water so they can blow something up.
Unfortunately,
Definitely some missed opportunities.
Thundercox is just not executing this at all very well, and so they've taken too much damage. I think at this point, they've kind of evened out their thrall advantage that they used to have is kind of gone. And NP has actually been making really great use of their souls.
Flag lost. Flag captured.
They're getting those souls in the fight and pushing them
Flag
around.
contested. Flag captured.
Paris takes a good melee engagement. Although, didn't double shift click the Stig there first, but...
White might happen near mid right now.
South of mid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Ramirez this way.
Ooh. Freaking migraine pulled out at the right time.
Yeah.
Flag contested. Flag captured.
Gotta pop that white.
Yeah,
Flag
Chickenwire for
captured.
sure. He should be white in right
I
now.
would just pop it there. I would just pop it there.
Ooh, Ramirez gets pussed pretty badly.
Flag lost.
Oh, great white on
Oh,
Chickenwire.
massive.
Great white on Chickenwire.
Flag
That
lost.
Thundercox needed that big time to stay in this. Man, NP's puss is just so effective. They keep
contested.
hitting like 3-4 melee units
Flag
every time,
captured.
and with follow-up damage too. Oh man, this is just. Besides that white on NP in the south, that's their only real major mistake. Oh my God, Tirri setting up another pinch
Flag
on
lost.
Ramirez. Man, all of Thundercox in the south just got pinched one by one. Crazy.
Flag captured.
Yeah, definitely a strong
Flag
game for
captured.
Tirri right here.
Yeah, big time.
Flag captured.
They played it how they needed to. They couldn't wait for the end of the game. And
Flag
Thundercox gave them the
lost.
opportunities.
Flag lost.
Yeah, NP is looking in a pretty dominant position here at this point.
Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag lost.
The
Flag
thrall at the end of the
lost.
game strategy is a
Flag
lot more
captured.
effective when the other team is under
Flag captured.
40% or so. But if they have enough units to spread out, it kind of
Flag
neutralizes
captured.
the thrall strategy to some
Flag
extent.
lost.
Well, the way to execute it properly is,
Flag
so for
captured.
example, Thundercox here, if they had just camped, like literally on their side of the map, with enough, they got extra whites and thrall sunk everywhere.
Flag
Like,
contested.
NP could only push so far. They can't push them they can't flag them, right? So you're safe from getting flagged pretty much.
Flag
And you just
lost.
literally could camp on your side of the map
Flag
until about 4
lost.
minutes. And then what you're supposed to do
contested.
is try to get all of your
Flag
fast melee
captured.
on the flanks, and you could even pick just one
Flag
side and jugger one
contested.
side of the fast melee and just try to push them into the enemy backfield, and your thrall can hold your home area for the most part, and that way you spread them out, and you just really only want to engage in the last like 2 minutes at most, maybe even the last minute, and then if you pull that execution off, it should work against the heavy soul trade anyway. They didn't max souls, but they got 8. 8 should have been enough. They didn't have any thrall, so they should have. It definitely should have worked.
The game is a perfect microcosm of just what made NP so great. Even if it's like a really close game where the percentages are really close, I mean, their small squads just always communicated so well with each other and worked so well with each other, like pushing in unison, knowing when to back off, all that sort of stuff. I mean, they had like 3 or 4 great pinches just from really good.
Yeah, great coordination.
Even if it's not communication, it's just like a great feel for the game.
Yeah.
Flag captured.
Semi-big pus went down on Qwerty. Lost a couple melee there. The NP has been great with their pus too.
Lost.
Very smart with their use of pus.
Flag contested. Flag lost.
Did not see what happened. Okay, that's.
It was just a land white.
Flag
north.
captured.
Looks like it didn't hit too much.
Flag captured.
Literally possible more.
Flag lost. Flag contested.
I mean,
Flag
at this point,
captured.
if you're
Flag
Thundercox,
contested.
you almost gotta try to bait and believe fight next to
Flag
Sunken Thrall
lost.
to get back in the game.
Flag contested. Flag captured.
But all their fast moves on the
Flag
north side of the map, so they
lost.
can't really happen.
Flag lost. Flag captured.
Why
Yeah, no.
Ramirez has
Lost.
all his thrall bunched up.
Flag captured.
But
Yeah, take a blunder for
Flag
MP to lose
lost.
this one at this point.
Yeah. Looks like
Flag
Thundercox lost
contested.
quite a bit of thrall already
Flag
too. Like,
lost.
I only see about half the thrall they started with. It looks like.
Oh.
Flag captured. Flag lost. 1 minute remaining. Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag captured. Flag captured. 30 seconds remaining. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag captured.
So what I'm kind of
Flag
starting to
lost.
see after these first 2 games
Flag
from Thundercox
contested.
is like their
Flag
trades are
lost.
fine, their distributions are
Flag
fine, but the
captured.
execution
Flag contested.
is like
Flag
both
lost.
at a strategic level and
Flag
tactical coordination
contested.
level.
Sudden
It seems pretty.
Flag
flawed.
captured.
Okay, I do
Flag
see now more of
lost.
their thrall just came out. I just
Flag
didn't see them earlier, I
contested.
guess. So their thrall are
Flag
kind of like really
contested.
pumped up for some reason too.
Flag
Yeah.
captured. Flag lost. Flag captured. Flag contested. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag captured. Flag lost. Flag contested. Flag
Yeah, MP just
contested.
definitely had better coordination this game on coordinating those
Flag
pitches, like
lost.
balanced out throughout the whole map.
Flag captured.
They're always
Flag
getting in 2-1
lost.
situations
Flag
against Decog's
captured.
guys.
Probably better coordination
Flag
the first game
contested.
too. I mean,
Flag lost.
I don't.
Flag
They
lost.
lost some stuff.
Flag
I
captured.
don't really know how that
Flag
lock
captured.
that lock dying early for NP
Flag
was only like the
contested.
major blunder. I don't know if that was lack of
Flag
coordination or what. But
lost.
yeah, Definitely T-Cox getting
Flag
out-coordinated big
captured.
time for sure.
Flag contested. Flag
I mean,
lost.
Thundercox made a
Flag
semi-comeback in
contested.
percentages. I didn't even see what happened. They were down big, and now it's like at least
Flag
manageable. But
lost. Flag contested.
Well, 10% when there's
Flag
only
captured.
26% left.
Flag
yeah, I
He's
mean,
almost
they
doubled,
should
so.
easily win
Flag
still.
lost. Flag contested.
But you could see, like, if they had
Flag
just
The
not.
scoring system is now.
Flag captured.
Oh yeah, this is
Flag
I
point
was just going to
based.
say, if with the way the scoring system is now, like they would have, this game would have ended a long time ago. You know, they would have
Flag
stopped contesting when
lost.
they had a
Flag
lead. But
captured.
with the scoring system the way it
Flag
is, it's like
lost.
I think they're trying to like max them as much as possible. But
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes
Flag
sense.
That's a good point.
lost.
Yeah, if T-Cox gets like
Flag
10 flags
contested.
here or 9, like that's a pretty
Flag
good result for him.
contested.
yeah.
Considering that they're
If
gonna
I
lose
was
the game.
T-Cox, I would
Flag
get just
captured.
let them win, but with as close
Flag
of a
captured.
flag count as possible. Yeah.
Flag contested.
See that
Flag
7 vet
lost.
stig in the
Nearly
north
even
from
now.
Zur.
Flag lost.
Like this northeast flag, I'd just like
Flag
walk
lost. Flag
walk off of it
captured.
and let the game end.
Oh yeah.
That would be like a close loss,
Flag
like almost.
contested. Flag
Yeah,
lost.
like you're contesting as 2 goals and
Flag
all, just walk off
captured.
that and let it end. I think you can push them off that one other flag is getting contested pretty easy. You'd only lose by a
Flag
couple
captured.
flags. Like right here, let's see if it ends.
sure than I remembered it
Super
being.
close.
Game
Wow,
over.
I'm surprised it was that close.
Wow, that's almost not even a loss. That's crazy.
That's as good of a result as T-Cox could have hoped
Yeah.
for. And even like you said, Asmo, the percentages evened out even more. Like it was only 4% different. That's crazy to me how close that
It
was.
was a good recovery for T-Cox for sure, because that could have been a massive win for MP in terms of the points difference. But like,
Just imagine if they didn't do any one of their like 3 or 4 blunders, they should have won the game. You know.
I mean, like that could have been like what, a 20+ flag victory. Instead, it's like nearly a tie in terms of the points.
Right. Tirri clearly MVP that game. Big numbers and like set up like 3, I think, major pinches, and he was always the one that was behind in every case too. So he was always the guy
for
in the
sure.
right place at the right time, setting up all those big plays for his team. Chickenwire had a good pinch with Tirri, but then got whited kind of badly. Zur looks like he had a good game. Yeah, I think Zur probably had a good game for T-Cox. All right, let's go on to the next one. That was
This is
close.
what happens when you trust Paris.
2 close games actually.
Oh, come on. Take a look at what Flatline did there. Leave me the fuck out of this.
This is what happens.
I really like this pick. Love this map. But
Still
man,
got a nice 9 kills there, bro.
I have to say though, on fetch maps, I'm gonna favor NP because Tirri is a monster with fetch. I mean, I'm sure T-Cox has some decent fetchers, maybe Zur and Cave, but I mean, Tirri and Chickenwire on fetch is pretty rough, I would say, to go up against.
Yeah, I mean they got Cave and Ramirez on fetch this game. I'm surprised that Zur isn't on fetch. Or I mean, I'd say Paris for sure, but obviously Paris is newer in the scene at this point, so
Right.
that makes sense.
Also, especially on a map where it's not like Tro and fetch. Like this is kind of like very fetch centric. Like it's mostly other light units with the fetch. I mean, the only thing that kind of puts a little wrinkle in things is the souls on the hills. So like having if you can have dominant soul fights on the cliffs on the flanks, that will swing the game. It can have a major impact outside of just the fetchers, but T-Cox doesn't get any souls, which is a huge mistake. And just based on that trade alone, I have to say NB is probably going to dominate this game.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the first games we've seen where the trade almost makes this an auto win for one of the
Yeah,
teams.
this is an auto loss for T-Cox just on the trade. So souls are super dominant on this. You have to get them. And brigands are just worthless, absolutely worthless.
Exactly.
I do like the thinking. Like he's still Stormrider is really melee focused, but it obviously has exceptions, and this is one of them. Especially brigands. Like almost you never want to get brigands. So let's look at the. Okay, so you got Zur on all 3 Hurons. I also don't like that. Usually you would want to split up the Hurons in this case. They're healers. You just want to use them to heal the fetch. There's no point in having a dedicated Huron squad on this. So, like, actually this is, like, the worst I've seen T-Cox do with their trade and distributions. And NP basically flawless in their trade and distributions. So, yeah, I'm going to expect a big win from NP on this one. I am at 1358 if you guys can get there.
That the one thing that I don't like is I don't like their fetch split as much. The NP side.
You prefer the
agree
2
with
fetch split?
With Arzenic and well, I mean, or at least like 3, even if you're gonna, do that. I don't know why Arzenic and Fire each have 1 apiece.
I don't mind it honestly because what they're probably going to do is just micro them to either like hold a flank with one of them, or there's some things you can do with them. You don't need to like. You're right in the sense like if they were going to try to do a lineup and 8v8 fetch fight, you wouldn't want to have that distribution that they currently have. But as long as that's not what they're intending to do, it should work out fine for them.
Yeah, if they flank him, it's fine. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. All right, you guys ready to start?
Usually don't like. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go. What were you gonna say, Clank?
I was just gonna say in most maps, I don't really like flanking fetch. I usually like to, because the thing that protects fetch the best is other fetch. So I always like to try to concentrate the fetch as much as possible. And, like when you get fetch kind of working as a team, that's where you get like big breakthroughs and big percentage advantages, in my opinion.
They are flanking at least, it looks like one of the fetch, the other one possibly going mid. Fires. Yeah, the solo fetch mid is sort of weird for sure, if that's where he ends up going.
I do like that they put Tirri and Chickenwire on their main fetchers though. That's smart.
I don't understand T-Cox's strat here. Not just the trade, just like
All
they're
mid
going
too.
all mid
Yeah.
with everything. Like I thought
If
they were
it's
for
to
sure
just
gonna
rush.
play the sides. Yeah, I thought they were gonna play the sides with the trade.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree, Asmo. Like they're doing like the worst thing with the worst trade, with the worst distribution. Like it's just everything is just bad. The only thing that's fine with what they did is like, yeah, you can have 2 fetchers, 4 each. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that, but
Test my teenage angst patience. Not much has changed. And the T-Cox fetch are already getting bogged down because of the souls.
So, Clank, to answer your question about the 1 fetch, there's actually one really great use case for having 1 fetch squad is defending a soul pack, or spit pack rather. So, but unfortunately, Fire, who should be on defending that spit pack, is not over there. So actually, T-Cox could threaten with that spider pack. Oh, and they're pulling off the rush. That's good. They do need to do that rush. They can't just wait around. So
They don't have the follow up from the fetch though, because the fetch are getting tied up by the souls. At least like half of them.
Caves got winning the fetch fight against Chickenwire. Kind of.
The souls are just too much.
Yeah, the souls are too much. Never mind. He got picked off. Okay, Tirri is getting rushed actually on his fetch. Ooh, he might lose a fetch or two here. Spider Pack's gonna save him.
Rabican.
That was a really Oh, what is the spider? What is T-Cox's spiders doing? This is a very sloppy game from both sides, I must say.
Oh yeah, Qwerty's interesting call. He's going for the flag. He should have.
Yeah. Those Thrall are gonna defend the spider packs, no problem.
Saved the game with his spider pack there.
The T-Cox rush was just really out of sync there.
And Ramirez is still bogged down by these soulless.
NP is up 14%. Really surprised though that the NP souls were not more effective in pushing back, preventing the T-Cox fetchers from getting so close.
Flag contested.
The east ones were, not the west ones. The east ones held Ramirez back
Ramirez
the whole
is
time.
just wasting
you're
3
right.
fetch.
Yeah, you're right. I was looking on the west side. Who was that? I guess that was Zell. Zell was just too focused on that spider pack, and really just one fetch on that spider pack would have just totally neutralized it. So T-Cox is sending out some Thrall to try and buffer their rush, or to maybe defend the fetch.
Yeah, if T-Cox were going to do this, I just wish that they would have flanked massively.
I totally
back.
agree. Yeah, totally agree.
I mean,
with
that could have caught MP off guard, right? Like, but send him straight up middle. That's like the easiest place to
They
defend.
need to
against
set up
that.
a surround and get past those soul cliffs. Yeah, going through mid was just a disaster.
I still have no clue what Ramirez's thinking
Yeah,
was.
I agree. Like, yeah, he just like pulled out and started defending the entire time. I'm not sure. I see Ramirez being trusted with some pretty important units on the Smells game and this game. I think getting similar squads as Cave.
He and Cave were kind of looked at as having similar skill levels.
I would not
degree.
agree with that personally.
Yeah, I
but
think Cave was a little bit better.
I would have considered Cave.
No, I
much
mean, we
better,
know
but
that now, but like,
I always thought K
they
was
were
like.
both dark map.
I wish I could see Cave play more. Like, this is the only finals that he's in, I believe, but he's always a player. At the time when I was playing, I thought he was like close to that 5-ball level, to be honest, just not as vocal, so he got less attention. That's how I viewed him at the time.
yeah, I agree. What? I thought we did watch him in one other finals. Maybe I'm wrong.
He was in the 07, but he didn't play, remember?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
he was in the lobby the whole time.
That's right. That's right.
Thundercox honestly made this game closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it was sloppy. NP didn't defend that very well either. And again, like when I see a spider pack threatening like that, I just peel off one fetch and it's just totally neutralized. And NP just did not think to do that.
Did you guys do practices leading up to these matches all? Like, not just Rabble games, like your team tried teaming up the week prior?
Yeah, practicing wasn't really a thing.
Well, it would be in the morning. Clank wouldn't be on in the morning. But, like,
Gotcha.
Cave and Ramirez and Storm and Qwerty would all host. Like, I remember being in the strat games.
Okay.
But this, out of the strats I've seen so far, I think this was, like, the weakest of the three.
Yeah, no, for sure, 100%.
Your other two are actually good. Like,
Yeah, the
real
other
good,
strats are fine. Yeah.
This one's just, like, challenging to pull off well, and Brigands just aren't it.
No, yeah. Brigands, they're just not strong melee. Oh, technically they're Brigand Commandos, I just noticed. But as far as I remember, they're pretty much the same as regular Brigands.
Yeah, they're junk.
Warrior fights a brigand. Like, how much does the warrior win by?
I'm not sure. Like in 1v1, a Brigand might do a lot better. But the thing is, some melee units are like that. They'll do a lot better in 1v1s but once you put them in a group setting, they just fall apart. And Brigands might be that kind of unit, so.
Flag contested.
The problem is that they do like really low damage, and I don't know how their health bar is. They certainly don't block nearly
5
as well as
minutes
regular warrior,
remaining.
if at all. So
Storm saving the ratios. Or Zer.
sounds like a Zer-like thing to do. Yeah.
Cave has a nice named spider in the northwest.
Oh, is NP gonna
Flag
whore the ratio?
contested.
Oh,
Creme is
Flag
gay.
See, I told you
Nice.
he was pissed.
Eliminated.
yep. Tirri and Chickenwire both had big games. Well, they had to. They had the most important squads to, and just kind of tear through that meat grinder of T-Cox's rush. So makes sense. Looks like Cave did pretty good. Yeah, I mean,
And saving Tirri was huge.
Cave did what he could. He kind of won the. I'm trying to think if T-Cox could have somehow like just traded fetch, like and just removed all the fetch from the map, how would their rush have done then? Like, probably a lot better. They still have to get those brigands past all the souls, which would be tough, but.
They really need to focus on like pushing just down the middle, because the souls are easily protected by those hills.
Well, no, I agree with Asmo. I think they needed to put at least some units on the flanks. If not most, like if I was to do that trade that T-Cox had, I'd probably put all of my Stigs and Hurons on the outside and try to bait the middle to push into just Brigands and Thrall in the middle kind of thing, and just maybe hope and pray it works.
Accomplish.
I don't know.
Like, I would have sent the Thundercox spiders through the middle initially to take those hills so that the soulless can't just rain down on you. So I think that they could have split, maxed out spiders, split them, send them through mid to take the enemy hills, or at least try to delay the soulless so that they can't just bog down your fetch.
Having Solus instead of the Briggs would have been way better.
For sure.
For sure. That's the lesson learned there. All right, I'm loading the next one up.
There's some big roster changes in this next game. I did not realize that RedPhoenix was on MP this year still.
Oh shit! I did not know RedPhoenix played this late. Yeah, I thought he was gone by like 04.
You get a
Curious to
first
see.
Grim side in here too.
Curious
We
to
actually have a
see.
good player now. Jesus.
Oh,
Clank
man,
shows up
Clank.
finally.
It tipped the balance.
Will it change anything?
So yeah, Clank did mention that when he showed up, the match was already kind of getting out of hand for T-Cox. Yeah. So and Karma's here too. Okay. Well, I do like the roster changes for T-Cox because they definitely need to change something up. Although would have been nice if Paris was still here too, but.
Flat was having some rough games.
Flat and Qwerty, I would say, probably weakest players. Possibly
like-
Ramirez as well.
Honestly though, like Clank and Karma were like just as active as me, whereas the rest of T-Cox wasn't really all that active, maybe on in the morning. Like maybe Flatline late at night, but not really. So it's good that Clank and Karma are finally in the game.
Wow. Storm, I mean, he is so melee-centric. I mean, wow. I mean, arguably more melee-centric than I am with his trade. It's like crazy to see. I thought we watched it. I thought we watched him in 07 too, and I remember seeing a little bit of it, but not. It seems even stronger with the melee this year.
So
Go ahead.
So actually, a little tidbit about this Stormrider strat. I copied this strat in 2012 and made little adjustments to it. We actually pulled off a game against SB with the strat that Storm's doing.
Against in 2012 against SP?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, interesting. Wow. I usually had. I think I had a pretty good strat for this too, but yeah, I'd be curious to see that game. That's interesting. Okay, so I don't know what to feel about this. I think I like. Well, fuck, he didn't finish distributing the units. Like, he has 5 dwarfs still. Okay, I'm assuming he's going to keep distributing those dwarfs, but I kind of like the fact that NP only got 2 dwarfs helps T-Cox's trade tremendously. Like, that's like if NP had gotten max dwarfs, I wouldn't feel nearly as good about T-Cox's trade here, but it happens to work well against NP's trade. I'm gonna have to pick T-Cox on this. I think just based on that, and the fact that they got these nice roster change here, so fresh change of pace. Hopefully, I'm gonna go with T-Cox. Keep picking them, and I keep losing, but I'm gonna keep going.
Well, even last game, there's more range support for the NP units, and it's the same thing here with these bowmen. It's like, is T-Cox going to feed these bowmen now, or are they going to be able to overrun this position?
So in order to succeed, T-Cox needs to try to set up some... Either get the first of all, try to get the 4 flags first. Like, that's huge. Like, that unfortunately is, like, such a huge factor in this game, is whoever gets the first 4 flags. It's because then the other team has to push into the other side. So... if they can get that, that's going to be a big boon. Regardless of whether they get that, I mean, if they don't get it, then they have to set up some kind of offense, and they really need to save all their pus, which there's only 4 on the map, for those 2 dwarfs. They really got to be like super strict about that, because if they get those dwarfs down, it'll change everything for their trade, and that melee push will be a lot stronger. Granted, Thrall, how do they get their Thrall in the fight? Their Thrall are going to be defending, I guess. So presumably NP is going to have some kind of offense that those Thrall that'll run into those Thrall, hopefully, so that frees up more of their T-Cox's fast melee for offense to give them an advantage there. That's kind of how they have to hope that plays out. Any other comments or predictions on this one before we start it? No? All right.
Nope.
Nobody wants to make predictions but me, I guess. Okay. 3, 2, 1, let's start.
Game on.
So I will say
that's my prediction.
something we're gonna see here is like how you see Storm with all the strats. The whole strat is about defending the castle on this. Like, that's their whole plan. So they're trying to set up the flag advantage too. So they can just camp
yeah, you're right. 4 dwarfs on D. Yeah, but the thing, I really don't like strats like this in general, where like you're putting all your eggs in one basket. They have to get the 2 flag VI. Like, it's not a pure VI. They can get just all the 2 flags, but that's going to be really hard to assume that you're going to get that. Let's first see if they get the 4 tag first. Yeah, they're going to get the 4 tag first because MP's slow to tag their west. So they got T-Cox got the 4 flag advantage. That's good. They're going heavy mid.
Flag captured.
I don't really like that because they're going to run into all the archers, and the archers are just going to range them down.
Yeah, I mean, for their strat, what they're wanting to do, I would definitely not play the mid heavy.
No,
right? If you're T-Cox, you want to play the sides because you need this 6 flag advantage with the strat they're going for, not the 4.
I totally agree. You kind of want to bait them to push into your castle too, like you can leave your middle wide open and they wouldn't be able to do shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Clank is getting some management though on the goal pack. Got a couple
Oh,
goals.
spread out, Clank. Spread out, Clank.
Oh no.
Somebody, your melee needs to come defend you, Zer. Oh, Zer's not. Oh my. Okay, you got a counter plus, kind of. Yeah, you're doing all right, I think.
They're still
I'll
winning.
take it.
Okay,
versus
good
Chickenwire.
melee engagement mid at least. NP is now fully backed off to their dwarf. Now Clank did spend a pus, and Chickenwire has won that goal fight at this
Yeah, I
point.
didn't have the pus.
Yeah, they wasted that. They should not have spent that pus on those goals like that. And now Karma misses the pus on the dwarf. So Tcox has at most. Oh, that was their one. Okay, dwarf down. Okay, that was the only dwarf mid. I don't know where NP's other dwarf is, but it's not middle. Where is
It's
it?
on the east side.
Okay. Okay. Yep, I see it. So and Tcox might have at most one pus left. I'm not sure though. Ooh, nasty. Okay. Man, Chickenwire is doing a great job with that goal pack. He's harassing the shit. Oh man, no, the Tcox offense is already puttered out. They now need to retreat, and I think they're out of pus unless they saved one somewhere in the back. I'm pretty sure they're out of pus.
Wow, looks like Clank has suicided all of his units.
I've got 11%, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. The sneaky 11. Where'd that come from?
It's been here the whole time.
Chickenwire, like, wow, possibly MVP for his team this game. Like, that goal pack was such a game changer for NP.
There's actually an important fight on the east. I don't know if Tcox can get the flag, but it's a warrior versus thrall 1v1. If he can get that flag before the warrior support gets there, it's a big
I
tag.
think he's gonna get it. Yeah.
Flag
Yep.
captured.
Yep.
There's still so much time left for NP to push.
And NP's got a 15% advantage now. Yeah. So the other mistake that Tcox made was they had a flag advantage and they did not leverage it at all. Like, what you always should do if you're making like proper sound tactical decisions is if you have an advantage, you should force the enemy into a bad position with that advantage and fully leverage your advantage in some kind of way. Tcox ends up just picking the fight middle without forcing NP to push somewhere into their 4 flag advantage. Like, it's just crazy.
So Tcox is going to get the 6 flag advantage, possibly. If you look at the MP's home base, it's a small plus goal against 1 thrall. We'll see what happens there.
That's going to be tough, but no, the Thrall's going to be able to stand on top of the small pus at some point, I think. That's going to be tough. Especially there's a green warrior coming back to help. There's just not enough on offense. They got to send something else on offense to get one more flag. And by the way, if they had played spread out, like, it would have been not that difficult to get into NP's backfield somewhere and pick off some easy tags.
I definitely don't like how hard they committed mid.
Oh no, that was awful.
They should, like, if they were going to go mid, they should at least like faked it, like not committed to it, just try to get the other units clumped up and then spread out.
Flag
Oh my
captured.
god. Yeah, the timer was on their side, the flags were on their side, and they had all these advantages and just chose to basically throw them away.
Yeah, at this point it's pretty much a wrap now that MP has the 6 flag advantage. At least on the west side, Cave does recognize that like they're pretty much going to lose, so he is trying a good aggressive move at least.
Yeah, he has to try something, so agree with that decision, absolutely. NP, well, Creme is smart and is backing up to defend. So unfortunately, Cream's got a stronger force there, so I don't think Cave's going to be able to do anything. Got Zur. Zur actually might be able to do something. You see his 3 melee. That's got a little bit of lead on Fire's melee. He's broken out a little bit in the backfield.
Yeah.
If Zur can haul ass, maybe he can get a little bit of a break and sneak attack in. Maybe.
Yeah, it's their best bet at this point.
They also should have put some dwarfs on offense, to be honest. Like, why is none of those dwarfs going on? There's 7 minutes, actually. There's a ton of time on the clock. They still could send a dwarf on offense. They absolutely should. You don't even need 4 dwarfs to, like, guard all that. You only need, like, 3. You can arguably get away with 2.
MP's pulling back full defense. Like, literally every unit other than, like, a few.
Yeah, but RedPhoenix's archers are like all the way on offense almost. So I mean, well, Grimm's archers are finally coming back middle. Yeah, looks like RedPhoenix's archers are staying on offense. I don't know why he's doing that, but because archers can't really fight dwarfs on the castle wall like that. Ooh, as soon as that last dwarf fires dwarf, once it gets back on D, it's basically game over. Why is Zur backing up?
Yeah, he lost his advantage.
He should have went straight for the flag. Oh man.
BC does nothing for you right now. He had to crush that flag. Like, even if he gets this kill, it doesn't matter. Unfortunate. Yeah, it's a game now.
Yeah, Clank, I mean, going back to what you were saying earlier about, like, the strength of skill in this era, like, again, I mean, you might still disagree with this, which is fine, but, like, BC skills, I agree with you. Like, this is, like, you know, the era where peak BC skills were at, but, like, as far as when you get into the team games and tactical decisions being made, it's just, like, sure, you can find some dumb plays like this, but usually the finalist teams, or at least the teams I've been on in MWC, are definitely making smarter decisions than some of the stuff I see here.
5 minutes remaining.
Could possibly pull
some of these guys
here, we'll say.
Yeah. I mean, some of these guys were super rusty, you know. Some of the decisions are definitely questionable. Dumbass is still up on the wall.
I think it's going to be another 4 minutes. No team's going to die before the end of the timer.
Yeah, was this like a 12 or 14 minute game or something? Like, what the fuck?
Be so long.
Do we want to double speed the rest of this, or what?
I think we could double speed
Okay,
it.
let's double speed it. Because it's so slow, and it's like been going on for like 7 minutes. Still trying to push that dwarf on the castle.
Ooh, Cave actually pulled a move off. I have no idea how. I wasn't watching it. Like, he created some separation. He's going to get a tag here.
Holy shit. It's still not going to matter, though. Yeah.
It won't, but... Yeah, they're literally walking off that one.
Cremisi, or Creme got... Creme got a little out of position there.
Flag captured.
So
wow, barely sneaks that tag in.
The percents are close now, too. What the heck happened?
Oh, the
What
bowmen
happened is
started
the
dying from
archers.
karma.
Yeah, the archers ran into the dwarfs on the castle. That's what happened.
Gotcha. I'm trying to see. I don't know. They could get flag 5. Probably not. But there's a chance because they got a dwarf there. Peacocks does. They can win the dwarf fight.
1 minute remaining.
It's not like a loss set. They actually have a shot.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't put a dwarf on, like multiple dwarfs on offense. Like they should have set up a much stronger offense.
Flatline's being so passive right now. Oh
30
my gosh,
seconds
it's hard to
remaining.
watch. The game's on the line. Like you probably lose that fight 99 times out of 100, but you have to try to outskill in the dwarf fight to have a chance to even win the game. You just take it. Who cares about your ratios?
Would have liked to seen Ramirez's dwarf have more time to do work on that offense in the south, but they just did not flank a dwarf sooner for some reason. I'm not sure why. Yeah, really seeing just like a lot of tactical missteps and lack of coordination on T-Cox so far. Zur puts up some numbers. I'm forgetting what he had. Was it melee? I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Man, no trail maps yet, huh? Surprising.
Yeah, you're right. 4 games in, no tro or FG. Interesting. I think Chickenwire had a really big game. His winning that goal pack middle. He had a kind of set it up with a moderately decent puss on Clank's goal pack, and then Zur could have defended Clank better to have prevented some of that damage. But for some reason, Zur did not. He kind of turned away instead of defending Clank. So.
It was like an easy win, but then he just like didn't help.
Yeah, like it looked like he was about to help, and then he turned away.
I remember at the time I was like, yeah, I remember being a freaking however old, like 19-year-old kid, just like slamming my keyboard down when that happened.
Okay, so you still remember that too? You were expecting Zur to defend you there?
I mean, now I haven't thought about this game in however many years, but then seeing that, I was like, oh yeah, I was pissed.
Yeah, I would be pissed if I was you too. Like you eating that push shot was fine as long as there was no follow up damage, and he could have prevented almost all the follow up damage. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I should have spread sooner, but at the same time, Chickenwire had a puss under his control, whereas I was relying on other people.
Yeah,
yeah,
100%. Yeah, you as the goal packer probably should have been given at least 1 puss for yourself. That's just a poor distribution as well. RedPhoenix, interestingly, had 0 losses with his archers. I guess he did well with them. I guess he got easy damage probably in that initial rush and didn't do much else after that, I'm guessing. Oh yeah, he came back to defend in the west. Yeah, I see his archers there. All right. Well, let's go on to the next one, I guess. I've been waiting for T-Cox to win a game here. I didn't think T-Cox got swept.
Well,
another big game by Chickenwire, you know.
So this is I think almost the strongest T-Cox roster they can put together. They're basically sitting Qwerty, it looks like. But you have Paris, Karma, and Clank here now, finally. So this is
I like this roster.
This is the best roster for T-Cox, I think. You have Chickenwire sitting also for NP, which might be helpful. I'm really curious to see how RedPhoenix plays this game. I want to see more of his play. And this is like a straight up BC Artie fight, which, honestly, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to pick T-Cox again. I don't care. I'm going to keep fucking picking because here's my theory now. Like, this is like a straight up lineup and BC fight, right? And T-Cox has just been losing on all the coordination shit. And this is a map where the coordination should matter less. Not saying it doesn't matter at all, but this is just like straight up lineup and BC fight. So
I don't know if you guys are looking at the trades, but I'm gonna choose T-Cox for sure. I feel like how they pretty much auto lost the Carrick in our game.
Oh,
I feel like MP pretty much auto lost themselves this game.
Yeah, no archers, like 4 archers. That's crazy. Yeah. I didn't even see that when I was saying that. I'm 100% picking T-Cox on this for sure then. And also for what I just said, even if NP had gotten the max archers, like I think this lineup and BC fight is the best thing T-Cox can hope for because they are just getting out tactical decision making and coordinating is just getting killed on that. So
Yeah, this is the best game in the series.
okay. You still remember this game, Paris?
Oh yeah, man, it's the best one.
All right. I'm at
Like you said, it's probably got the best T-Cox fielded team.
Yeah, and the best T-Cox roster, and maybe one of the weaker NP ones because they're missing Chickenwire. We'll see. What they give RedPhoenix? Just a lock, I guess.
Percent.
He's got a lock. Yeah. Okay. All right.
The split from MP is very strange.
Yeah, really not sure what Rabican was thinking here. Like, well, he must have been thinking that we'll just ignore their archers and maybe wait for the end, and try to leverage our massive arty advantage with locks and morts, but that doesn't really work out well on this. You guys ready to start it?
Yep.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
And the teams are still playing by like a point system too, so they're not in like the sudden death part of the finals yet.
Right. Although at this point, it's looking pretty certain that they're going to win the first series.
Yeah, how many games have they won so far? 3 or 4?
4-0.
4.
First 2 games are probably close in points, though.
Yeah, like
DE
2 or
was
3 of them
kinda
were close for sure. Yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't for, I don't know, the DE one was close, Smells was close, first 2. Third one was, the care, yeah.
RedPhoenix pretty much just said in chat that they, don't practice strategies, or anything like that. He's like, for the 2001 finals, that's the only time we ever like practice strats before a match.
Yeah, we reviewed those finals, and actually it was a super close finals. It was 4-4 in games, and Merc captained actually quite well, I would say, against Rabican in that finals.
Flag captured.
His Puss goals. He still talks to this day about how good his goaling was.
Flag
Who is that?
lost.
So Karma has 2 Puss goals on the east. Those are
Oh,
his only
gotcha.
units.
Yeah, I noticed
So
he did the same
he'll
thing
still
on
bring
the
it up
Cracks
occasionally.
game. He had like dedicated Puss. I mean, I do like that on this though. Maybe not so much on the Cracks, but dedicated Puss on this. Asmo, you mentioned it too previously. Like it can be very effective on this.
I mean, it's sort of like a Beats game, right? Where anything the plus hit's going to be a big point target.
They're already pushing up on the east.
Oh,
Pushing west too.
Karma's got to pick something off here.
Should get
He lost 1 Puss, but he's got great harassment on that
Oh,
lock.
you should go for the mortar.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess he doesn't need to.
Okay. Oh, yep. Nope. Great Puss by Karma. He picks off a lock, and Grim gets crushed right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, Karma essentially
So
killed
gives Grim
2
shit about
arteries
that.
there.
Yep.
Because he set up Paris' shot to kill that warlock, and then he to kill the Moor, and then he actually bussed and killed the warlock.
Yeah, and Paris and Karma basically 2v1 Grim there. Grim put himself in a bad position.
That was really good, both of them.
Like, NP has middle, but they're not going to be able to hold it without any archers, so I expect... You got Clank on 4 archers and then Mort in the west. I expect T-Cox's archers to start pressuring middle from all sides here shortly, and NP's probably going to crumble. Oh, Clank getting some good hits on Mort. Karma was given some additional percent. It looks like he got a Mort. So he's back in the fight. Definitely did his job with those 2 Puskals. Paris is almost all the way on the opposite side. Like, man, NP is getting almost like fully surrounded their middle. Would really like to see some good pinching on their middle. Clank, you're backing out. I'm not sure what you're doing there.
Told me to back off. It's difficult to say. But if you, I mean, I don't know. If you notice, they were trying to set up a pinch.
Oh, you thought
on
you
us.
guys were getting pinched by their middle? Yeah, I mean, I see
Well, they
you're
were
thinking
definitely
there.
trying to set up a pinch with, because they had 3 locks that were like ready to like surround us. Plus, they were focusing all their pus over there, like getting ready for the pinch.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I feel like you could have also counter pinched them, and I bet you guys were like in a stronger position to counter pinch their middle though, because you can see Zur and Karma and
So like, now they're gonna
Stormrider.
try to rush. Now they're gonna try to rush Paris.
Okay, you pick off a dwarf. Now you're getting back in the fight. That's good.
Yeah, this is sort of a blowout.
Yeah, it's gonna be up. Another Mort goes down. The mid is, yeah. NP's mid is collapsed at this point. Now T-Cox is gonna take mid. Paris
Flag
probably gonna get
lost.
picked off. Yeah. Get a firing off before you die. Yeah.
It's still valuable because he pulled like 35%, you know, off.
Yeah, and he got a firing off at the end, which did some good damage. Both their J-men are down. Oh, Karma just took out another lock.
He killed the lock and the J-man there.
Yeah, that was nice. Karma having a big game this game. Yeah, I'm telling you, even if
Yeah.
NP had gotten archers, I really like
Fine,
T-Cox's like lineup and BC ability is just much better. Yeah, this is gonna be a blowout. This is as big a blowout, or maybe even biggest blowout of the game. Ooh, trade. Oh, whose lock was that? Was that? Did anybody see whose lock that was in the west that went down for T-Cox?
I think it was Caves.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. This might be the biggest blowout game of the whole series so far, though. Man, Paris gets a nice more shot on the lock. This is going to be a huge blowout, over 50% probably.
Off, and then died.
Oh, the lock went down. Oh, shit.
5 minutes remaining.
NP's got 3 Morts left. That's about all there already. I'm surprised it... Oh. Okay, the Mort's still going to go down. Okay, it doesn't matter. Oh no, RedPhoenix's lock is still alive. It's got 3
RedPhoenix
kills.
is like yeah, he's the only one who had a good game from MP that I've seen.
Yeah, I think you're right, yep.
Guess I'm saving my fire arrows for a rainy day. Oh, there goes one into the water.
You were hoping that like the little flame might have just barely caught the red dwarf there. Almost worked.
To get him under 10% because of the scoring.
I'm assuming you guys clean them up here. You guys are getting pretty nice around here in a little bit.
Each other.
My bear still has a bus. Yeah, it's about to be a wrap right here.
RedPhoenix, yeah, seems like he's as good as they say he was. He's doing really good. RedPhoenix is finally going to go down.
Team eliminated.
Wow, Paris put up some huge numbers. Yeah, RedPhoenix had a good game for NP, migraine as well. But yeah, their trade, I mean, kind of lost it for them from the get-go. Karma had a big game. Karma and Paris, yeah. Whew. That southeast flank just crushed so fast.
It was a good BC
Game
fight.
over.
Yeah, I'd like to see. I hope we get to at least see a little bit more BC fighting from T-Cox, because that's, I think, where they're really gonna shine. Okay, going on to the next one, Assassin. Oh, the allies. Yeah, Assassin Divide. Allies. Okay, we watched this. We watched one of these before. I want to say 07. Wasn't it the very next year? I think so.
The balance in these map picks feels really weird. It looks like this is the last game of the non-sudden death. This is the first trial map, and it's not even like
A proper trial map, yeah.
yeah, it's like you got the grilling grounds trade. Essentially, it's all these archers where you don't get to like really express yourself as a drawer.
Right. And let's see, what's the team positions? So TCAX is taking the East starts, NP on the West starts. I'm not a fan of the Brigands for Paris's team in the Northeast. Yeah, they're the main team that went. Chickenwire's team got a couple Brigands, but I'm surprised that none of the teams max Stigs. I feel like maxing Stigs is pretty important here. But, I mean, there's dwarfs on the map, true, but I don't know. I feel like I'm always looking for the opportunities to suicide rush, you know? And, the way I always think about games like this is like, let me put the clock timer on my side, even if it's only slightly so that I know I just want to run the timer out, and I'll just set up a suicide rush at the end with a heavier melee force. Who do we got throwing? Zur. Yeah, we expected to see Zur throw. Ramirez throwing. That's interesting. Tirri throwing. Yeah, that's to be expected. And RedPhoenix. Okay. RedPhoenix and Tirri throwing. Cool. Yeah, I think that makes sense for both teams. Any other comments on this one before we start it?
No, I mean I like MP stuff just slightly better.
Yeah, just slightly. Yeah, the only thing I don't really like is Paris, your Brigands there, but especially you didn't max the stakes first before the Brigands, which is super weird to me, but I guess it's not that big of a deal in the end of the scene. It's only like 7 brigands, so I'm expecting to see like teams try to double up troing one side. That's usually what people try to do on this. I think that's what happened in 07, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. We can just start it. I'll count it down. 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
Clank said he did need to step out for a bit. He might be back, so just heads up.
Oh, I gotcha. Clink's on archers this game. Archers and a dwarf. Some stigs, maybe. Yep. Okay, well, okay, Paris, I see your thinking now, and actually now I like what actually you're thinking. I think what you're thinking here is you wanted to have a little bit more melee just to body block the statue, and in that case, the brigands make sense. And I didn't think of that earlier, so that's starting to make more sense to me. So now I'm totally fine with the brigands. That is actually a rare good use case, I think, for brigands is just body blocking that statue to prevent the suicide rush.
So GKG, you're thinking of strategy here is you literally just run the time around for suicide rush at the end of the statue, right?
I mean, I'm not saying it's like a pure camp, but like if I'm okay if I have an archer disadvantage, you know, I'll just camp on my statue and hold it from there. You know what I mean? So their archer advantage isn't going to matter as much. Ramirez is already taking some big throw damage.
I was going to mention that he was getting pretty close to getting completely trapped there. Like,
Ramirez's throwing is just awful. That was a big mistake giving him throw. He has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah, I'd like to see Paris on that throw for sure. Yeah, Ramirez has been playing pretty well, but obviously Trout is not as.
I don't know. I've seen him have like 3 bad games so far, at least. Was there something you were going to say about what I was saying earlier about trying to go less archers and heavier melee, or what?
No, I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on it. I think another way you can do is just max archers trying to line up and win the archer fight and like pressure the statue, you know?
I really feel like people don't understand that everybody gets too scared about having an archer disadvantage, and that's what contributes. This is like irrational fear of being down in archers, so that they feel it's like an auto loss if they get into a straight up archer fight. But if you really think about it, how often have you seen just a pure archer on archer, like big archer on archer battle, and like the number of archers decided the outcome? Have you ever seen it? Like I'm sure it's happened, but like it's so minuscule, like how often that happens. Like it's always comes down to how it's played, and there's just so many ways to counter an arch, like being down in archers. Like you can use your melee advantage to pressure the enemy archer line from the side, and then lo and behold, their archer advantage is gone. It's really not about the number of archers, is what people don't understand, I feel. It's not about the number of archers. It's about how wide you can get an archer line set up. And all you have to do is compromise the side of that line, and their superior number of archers no longer matters nearly as much. And the thing is, the more archers you get, the harder it is to stabilize and secure that larger archer line, right? So there becomes like a tipping point where you really can't do it anymore if you fight against a smart opponent who knows how to counter it. So
well, something I'd be interested about is like look at Chickenwire's team right now, how they're completely camping that statue.
Mm-hmm.
If Paris's team brought up all their archers and like literally didn't even try to win the archer fight, just push towards the statue and do as much damage they could to the statue, could they kill it?
I see what you're saying, but there are ways to counter and defend. Yes, you definitely cannot let them get in range of the freaking statue. I hear you. And yes, you raise a good point that's another way of quote unquote doing a suicide rush is actually just with heavy archers. If all the archers need to do is get in range of that statue, it will go down pretty quick. So you raise a good point with that. Like, yeah, depending on which way you want to play it, if you're going to go less archers and do what Chickenwire's team is doing, then you clearly have to make sure you keep enough of a buffer zone to keep their archers from getting close enough to that statue. That is obviously still important.
A lot of trial things going on the map.
Yeah.
Switching positions all across the map.
Ooh, Zur taking a ton of damage. Ooh, he took like a full archer volley there. Didn't even try to dodge it. He could have easily dodged that.
Must have been typing or something. Yeah, he clearly was not watching there.
I just don't even understand why go through there. Just go through another alley.
Yeah,
You have time.
go through the stage one for sure.
Yeah, I'm surprised this is just kind of like camping out here. Not much going on.
Well, there are 2 trial for MP on the south now, so I'm guessing they're going to try to make some play there.
Zur is trying to help the north, I guess. I'm really curious what they're thinking there is.
I know, it's sort of weird they swapped their Ramirez to the south. And just,
yeah, exactly.
I don't understand the reasoning for it. It's pretty funny.
NP definitely has a tro health advantage. But again, like, if you're NP, you actually want to run the timer out with the troll health advantage, I would say. Because again, I'm always looking to set up that suicide rush. That's almost always how these games end. Okay, I'm also curious why Paris's archers are not coming up to help on offense, because they're not needed on defense really at all. I guess all concerned about the tro flank maybe. Yeah, that makes sense. But Zur's tro is there too, and you know where their tro is at. I don't know. Karma's archer line is way too clumped up. He needs to get that thing way more spread out. Pus is going down on enemy archers in the north. Really, really bad use of Pus, I would say. Like,
I think MP's gonna get a statue kill in the southeast. Like, not this moment, but they gotta wrap around with the trowel. I feel like, yeah.
There's a lot of archers there to defend that, but yeah.
NP starting the push in the southeast.
I feel like T-Cox should still be able to hold that, but Karma, their archer line definitely needs to get like spread out in a proper formation and everything. Like Karma's archers are too clumped up. Clank's archers are slightly too clumped up too. Okay. Oh my god, these archers are so clumped up. This Tro is just gonna come right up to him. Okay, RedPhoenix's Tro is gonna get taken out. Yeah, they're definitely going for a strong push here. I don't like their push. RedPhoenix barely gets out.
Tirri's getting a lot of free kicks on the back line though, since they're focusing RedPhoenix.
Yeah, and that's why man, Clank and Karma's archers are just way too clumped up. If they were just way more spread out, like they would have a way easier time hitting the Tro. And yeah, they should have like had one person on each Tro. Because yeah, they lost their journeyman. That's not good. Oh, that Pus one shot the dwarf. That's so unfortunate. I don't know what the North wants to do.
Maybe this ends up being a tie then. I thought they were gonna be able to take out more in the southeast, but
I don't like.
Well,
yeah, I didn't think that south push was gonna work. Yeah, RedPhoenix or oh, that's Ramirez. What the? Oh, that's Ramirez. Okay. Oh yeah, there's RedPhoenix. Oh, RedPhoenix didn't heal yet. Oh, interesting. I don't like Zerg putting his Tro in the north. It really did nothing. Like what? Like get in the fight somewhere. I don't feel. I'm actually surprised Chickenwire's team is not pushing in the north. They could easily push that.
What is Ramirez doing? Oh my gosh, this was a rough game for Ramirez. Did you see that?
Oh my god, yeah. He just died.
He just fought a 1v1 trail fight when he was down a health advantage and against
that
a
was
ghoul.
Awful throwing.
Yeah. 5 minutes remaining.
Now Tirri's got 5 minutes to go heal, and then they'll have a Tro advantage. And where is Zer's? Okay, Zer's finally, his Tro was just sat in the north for like 4 or 5 minutes, and now it's finally coming back south. Like, Zer could have helped defend that south. At least he would have been doing something. I'm really surprised Chickenwire's team is not pushing out in the north. They clearly could push that side.
Yeah, they have a 10% advantage.
Not only 10%, 2 players. It's 2v1.
True.
They have more of everything. More dwarfs, more melee, more archers. I mean, force cave to fully retreat back to their statue. I mean, I guess the reason they're doing it is because they don't want Zer's Tro to like come in behind, I guess, to get their statue, which fine, but there wasn't, unless like at least force cave to back up. They don't need to leave their statue. Okay, Zer's getting some good kicks here. Zer in the south, getting some good damage in. Really nice play by him. Oh, is he gonna go threaten the statue? Oh, look at this. He might.
Yeah, maybe that's.
It's kind of tough. It's kind of tough, but we'll see. Let's see what he does. Rabican tried to like split his force up, and Zer kind of punished him for it. That's probably enough Stigs to hold, especially with a couple of archers there. I don't think Zer's gonna be able to take that, to be honest. But he's gonna pick off just the archers, I think, and then he's gonna probably back out. Yeah. He forces RedPhoenix's Tro at least to come back. Oh, did you see that dwarf kill itself?
Yeah.
That was hilarious. Man, you don't see that too often. That's hilarious. That's actually so weird. I don't know if I've ever seen a dwarf throw like that. Like, it's just because the Tro is fast enough that it juked it far enough, I guess, and the way it bounced or something. Like, that's so unusual to see that happen.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is a tie. I don't see any
2 minutes, nobody's going for the suicide rush at the end, yeah. Percentages are pretty even. Well, at least there was some fighting. It wasn't a total camp fest. I felt it was a little sloppy on both teams' parts. Like I didn't actually like that push by NP in the south there. If I was gonna do that push, I would have waited till the end of the game to do it. Then they could have like done an actual proper suicide rush on the statue.
I'm assuming the Chickenwire's team reason for camping in the north is a tie wins them the series.
That's a good point.
Right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're playing it safe. Yeah. See, going the heavier archers, I really don't think it mattered. I mean, you could see how... Did you see how Karma and Clank had so many archers, but because they couldn't spread out, they weren't that effective, right? And that's where you would want just the more melee rather than the heavier archers. Like, there's literally not even enough terrain on top of the statue to fit that many archers properly and have them properly spread out.
1 minute remaining.
If people just spread out their archers more, it would have the same effect of having traded more archers, essentially. But without having to actually, with still saving the points. Okay, Tirri and RedPhoenix have 30 seconds to rush this statue. And actually, they could threaten it.
Yeah, there's nothing covering Tirri's Tro.
Oh, he just got dropped hard right there. They got it down to orange red.
Oh,
ours is still on it. Ooh,
yeah, just needs to dodge.
Oh, they got it. Nice. That's what I'm saying. The suicide rush is so effective. Like, and that was kind of a weak suicide rush there at the end. If they had saved that for the end, it would have been much cleaner. Yeah, suicide rush is the way to go on this. I always feel. And yeah, look at Ars's numbers. He had a big game. Clank had a big game there too. Looks like he got a lot of damage on Tro with his archers. Tirri had a big game too. Killed Ramirez's Tro. Ramirez, man, that that trolling was that was tough to watch. Zer did a decent job trolling. I felt like he hung out in the north a little bit too long, but did a decent job otherwise. Oh, looks like Clank stepped out, possibly.
Yeah, I doubt we'll get him back. We're almost at the end.
Yeah.
We got another trail map. Here's our first like
Let's go to the next
normal
one.
trail map.
They only got 2 games left.
Are you still here, Paris?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is we saw 1 or 2 of these. I think 2 actually. One was captures, I think, too. Maybe another one was a different game type. But yeah, this is gonna be big. I actually think no, it's 2 games and they lost, so I can't make any predictions. NP must have won both games. That's too bad because I actually feel like throwing wise, Zer might still be the best thrower in this game. I definitely think he's better than Tirri on throw. Yeah, I would still say Zer is the best thrower in this game. I assume he's gonna throw. Yeah, I would assume he's gonna throw. But yeah, no, they must have lost this game somehow. And tro fetching, the tro fetch push is huge on this. So I guess NP does well. We'll see. Really curious to see how they lost this because I would have thought Zer would have done pretty good with the tro fetch map like this. And just T-Cox in general because it's kind of more BC fighting, I think. I thought this would have favored them pretty good.
I like both teams' trades here. I feel like it's just gonna come down to execution.
Yeah, they both traded fine and split it fine.
Well, NP has a little bit better split on the fetch, like 2 players with 4 instead of a 3-3-2 split.
I think it's fine either way. I don't think that's as big of a deal. 3-3-2 or 4-4 either works. Like you gotta 4-4 is nice because it saves up another player to do another RD piece. They got 3 dwarfs though. I don't know if they really need the extra player necessarily. So I don't know. It could go either way. It's not gonna. I don't think that's gonna make or break the game either way. T-Cox goes max. The only major difference I see here is T-Cox went max spiders, whereas NP did not quite max spiders. I'm gonna go on a limb and say I think T-Cox got too many spiders here. You need some merms and zerks. Like if you're gonna go that heavy spiders, they should have at least just got rid of all the zerks and just went more merms because you need some non-spider melee to support your tro when you're doing tro fetch push on this. The spiders just die too fast. So the spiders are mostly just good as a fetch defense basically on this, and you don't need max spiders to defend your fetch on this. So in that sense, I do favor NP's trade slightly. But yeah, that's about all I have to say. It's not like a huge deal. The throwing and the fetching are still going to decide this game probably. But you guys ready to start it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I'm at 11:57. If you can get there real quick, 11:57.
I'm there.
Yep.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Both teams had the same idea on the flanks. Lead pack supported by dwarf.
Ball captured. Ball.
Really going to be looking to see which thrower engages without the fetch support. Zer, I mean they both Zer and Tirri kind of have made that mistake in the past, so I don't know. We'll see.
captured. Ball captured.
Wish we could have seen a little bit more of RedPhoenix this match. Looks like he's already out.
I think it's only been, what, 2 games?
Yeah, something like that. So T-Cox has got a slight lead. Oh, but their northeast ball got stuck. That's really unfortunate. Is NP gonna be able to collect their balls? Yeah, I think so. Oh no, the NP ball in the north got stuck too, and T-Cox is unsticking their ball. Okay, should be fine then. Yeah, we do have a 4v3. Okay, no. Clank's fetch is coming into the fight now. Ooh, I don't like how that dwarf is with Clank's fetch, though. That's a mistake waiting to happen, you know?
Yeah, I wonder if something happens there. It's sort of awkward.
Oh, man. Ours is doing a great job against Karma. Ours already picked off a fetch. I don't know why Karma engaged that. He was down a fetch. Like, that was... Ugh. This is turning into a weird fetch battle where the Trowers really should be more active right here. I'm surprised. This is where like T-Cox just doesn't have enough melee with their like normally the Trower should have some small melee to be able to set up a push right now. Like
yeah, for sure.
There's no push happening even though the fetch are right there. All the fetch are right there. And neither Trower is pushing. Clank's calling from middle to back up. Which is probably a smart call, to be honest, because now they're down a fetch, and they clearly just were not really in a position to do the push there. Oh, and then you have Zell's south here. Oh, doing work on Flatline's going to get picked off here. Let Zell have the high ground. Ooh, Flatline barely gets out. NP sinks a white in the south.
I feel like Stormrider should have taken that dwarf from Clank. Clank was struggling to control the fetch, and dwarf is like making his fetch useless pretty much.
I totally agree. That's a huge mistake. Like normally that 3-way split is fine, but if you give one of the fetchers a dwarf and they don't know. Now NP's tro fetch push is looking stronger right now. So Tirri is setting up a stronger tro fetch push. Zur getting a little out of position here. Ooh, no, Zur. What are you doing? Okay, he's going to get him from behind. Okay, we'll do some damage. Okay, there we go. Okay, he's forced Tirri to back up. Now he needs to set up his own tro fetch push. He's got the tro health advantage. Zur is not going in. This is crazy to me. He should be going in right now.
Zur had a really good move there, and he pulled out.
Then he pulled out, yeah.
Connected there, and they could have came back and like won possibly.
They just lost another fetch. Yeah, Zur should have kept pushing that. He had a tro health advantage, still does actually, and his fetchers were right with him. He didn't set up his fetchers at all. Big mistake there by Zur.
Ball contested.
And now Tirri's been able to reset, and their fetch line is strong again. And Tirri's going to set up another good tro. And then Zur's getting out of position again and letting their tro just walk straight up into them. Oh, wow. Zur really screwing up the troing here. And look, Zur's walking away from his fetch. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. He's not even a good... one of his tro is just shadow walking there. Wow. This is some rough troing by Zur here. Tirri has the tro fetch push, Zur does not. Even though he's going to kick some fetch here, but Tirri still has the tro fetch push and Zur doesn't.
Ball lost.
Okay, now Tirri's lost his fetch support. Okay, Zur could come back into this game. He's got to get that red tro down, maybe. He's down slightly. Okay, Tirri's got 2 red tro. Oh, he gets both tro out? No, okay. 1 stoned. Okay. Okay. Now Tirri really needs to get out. Oh, Tirri. Okay, now they have a huge tro advantage. T-Cox has a huge tro advantage. They just need to survive.
contested.
They need to be in full survival mode right now. Did Zer lose a Tro back there?
Zer turned that around big time.
Did Zer lose a Tro though? It looks like he lost a Tro.
He lost one. They still have a trial advantage though.
Oh, but they only have, they're down to those 2 fetch though.
He needs to let his fetch die. He needs to go rush those other things to the east right now.
Oh man, no, I wouldn't let the fetch die. He needs to save at least those 2 fetch.
Oh no, he has all 3 trial. The other one's lived.
Oh yeah, there you go.
They don't got heals anymore though.
He needs to just survive. Just survive. He needs to keep those 2 fetch alive. Okay, they have all the Tro and fetch now, but are they gonna get flagged? They need to prevent the flagging right now. They should be laser focused on preventing the flagging. Where's their other ball at? Okay, they got a ball.
Yeah, they're
gonna get flagged somewhere. I bet you is what happens. Yeah. Oh my god, they lose both fetch. No defense on those fetch. That's crazy.
That massive spider pack right by him too. What the heck?
Yeah, that was nuts.
Flatline's had a rough series, dude.
And they lost their J-Man, so the Tro health advantage is not as big anymore because they don't have any heals. And they don't have any fetch now to back up the Tro. Man, that was sloppy at the end there. If they had just kept one fetch alive.
They could have won. They almost should have won this game for sure.
Zer had so many opportunities to win it. It's really really shot. That's the worst Troing I've seen him do so far in the games that we've watched. He's normally Troed fine.
I mean, yeah, his decision making there wasn't great. His actual micro to trial was decent in that fight against Tirri, but yeah, it was just the decision making.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, yeah, it's gonna end up being a super close game, but I think NP is gonna still edge him out, obviously, based on the result.
Contested.
Oh man, that was painful to watch.
Lost. Ball captured.
And Zer loses a Tro. Look, Zer, his micro wasn't great there. He just lost his half health Tro to nothing.
I want to see what happens in chat right now because everyone's saying Zer.
Yeah, no, Zer shit the bed hard this game.
Is he
I mean,
DC?
he's got good numbers, but it doesn't show the story. Like he shit the bed hard.
I figured he's gonna DC there or something.
I don't think so. He was looking elsewhere because he had 2 Tro split up. He was looking somewhere else, and he just didn't see.
Gotcha.
But like he had 4 fetch there at the end with 3 Tro, and he couldn't defend the all 4 fetch die. Now, granted, there was another spider pack that should have helped defend, but even with 3 Tro, like he should have been able to keep those 4 fetch alive. That was, yeah. I don't know. He had a couple opportunities for Tro fetch pushes. You saw Tirri and his fetchers set up 2 good Tro fetch pushes, and T-Cox didn't set up a single one. So Zer was able to keep him in the game because he flanked a Tro around and kicked a bunch of all their fetch basically from behind. But if NP, and this is where NP should have had a spider pack. This is why you want to use spider packs to defend the fetch, and I think NP didn't make good use of their spiders in this case. If they had a spider pack with their fetch there, it would have shut that whole Tro offense down on threatening their fetch. Maybe all their fetch would have survived that, you know? Sloppy game for both teams there, but still, I still think Zer kind of threw that more than anybody else in that game for sure. Unfortunate. Yeah, this would have been a stronger pick for T-Cox. If they were going to win anything, it was going to be on this one.
I mean, the crazy thing, you win that one game, and like, even though you've got being in the series pretty hard, like, you're one game away from closing out.
Yeah. Going into this last game, this is going to favor NP way more. It's going to be a lot more coordination and a lot more just, I don't know, light. You got a gen. Like, I don't know is there a good general? I don't know, but I just feel like this is going to favor NP a lot more than the Tro map.
Yeah, I feel like this is like an ideal MP map almost. Both trades are so different from each other. I'm not sure which one I like more, to be honest. I probably favor MPs a little bit, but they only traded for 2 dwarfs.
That is wild. Yeah,
So
very.
you plus those 2 dwarfs and like, okay, your general's not a general anymore.
Yeah, both teams have one major flaw, a different one on each team. Like NP, just not enough dwarfs, and then Tcox, not enough goals. Like you need a goal pack still, right?
Oh yeah, they only got 4 goals, huh? Wow, I didn't notice
Yeah.
that. Okay, I'll take MPs
Yeah, I'm
trade
gonna take
because I
NP
didn't notice
still
that.
because the goal pack is just too big.
That's
Yeah.
huge. Like freaking capture the flag, yeah.
Well, and we know that they win the game, but again, like Tcox is not didn't lose most of their games on like trades. Really, the care game was the only one they like really lost on trade. Cracks, they could have made that work. It wasn't as bad as the care. Um, I don't know. Yeah, it's unfortunate. There's
Yeah, I mean they didn't lose this game on trades for sure. I mean the
no.
match on trades. I mean I feel like they had that one auto loss on care, but I feel like MP also out traded themselves that one game on
Yeah, Barons.
BC game.
Yeah,
So like it's a wash, right?
yeah, hundred
It's been
percent.
like all execution. It seems like in the games.
I don't even feel Tcox lost in like the raw BC sense either. It was just on like coordination mostly, like just like the team aspects of the game.
Yeah, all the percentages have been like pretty close. Like despite it being a big difference in score, the percents have been close.
So we got Rabican, Jennings for NP, okay, and Ramirez on general. I don't like that pick. I don't want to see Ramirez on general. That's unfortunate.
I'm ready when you guys are.
Oh, my bad. I wasn't doubling through the PT. I'm almost at 0. Hang on. Parrish, you still there?
Yeah.
Any comments on this, Parrish, before we start it?
Was interesting when Fire said that Thundercox had improved since 2001 because they used to not be able to win any of the games, and now the score was 5-1. So I thought that was kind of funny.
Who said that?
Fire.
Oh, did he say it in chat or recently or
Yeah,
what?
he was saying it in chat like just a few moments
In one
ago.
of the films? I gotcha. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just now.
Gotcha.
Like I watched some of the old games of T-Cox versus NP, and it's like you have Akira and Raziel on Thundercox, and it's like kind of totally different games, like
I
2001.
I feel like we've seen stronger iterations of Tcox than this. I don't know. Yeah, like when Grim and ours were on Tcox, that was undoubtedly a better Tcox, I would say. I mean, losing those two players is pretty huge.
On the '07 T-Cox,
Well, '07
pretty loaded.
Tcox
You're
obviously is the
taking five
strongest, but
players
that's
from this
like
championship team
yeah, I mean that's
and
like half
bringing them to
NP,
this
right? Like it
T-Cox.
was that Tcox was like Tcox and NP combined basically, right? So I still say that is like the biggest stack of all time because like basically you're taking the two finalist teams from the year prior and just saying like, you know what, let's just stack, like just combine the best players from the two finalist years the year prior and just stack even harder, and it's like yeah, just ridiculous. But I guess I don't know if their intent was stacking necessarily. Like they those two teams, both of them play like they're both European teams. They both kind of like are friends with one another. It makes sense, and that's why Grim and ours ended up hopping as well the year prior. So makes sense. Anyway, I'll count it down here. We can start. 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
I want to watch Rabican this game. Rabican almost never has a chance to really shine because he usually has been taking smaller units at rolls. I
Yeah,
want to see what he does on the general.
yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, Rabican's style of capping tends to seem to be take a smaller squad as the captain, which was very popular for many years. I think the game started to evolve away from that over time. but not until later. Karma saying, let's not get emotional like Magni. So, still some, yeah, like everybody talking about how much shit Magni used to talk on BME this year. He's still fresh in everybody's minds, apparently.
Well, both these teams had just beaten his, you know.
It was Magni like BME probably in general talk shit, but was like Magni by far the worst or what?
Well, he was their younger, I think he was their younger player. And then BME and NC had 9-ball, who was basically like playing on two teams in the tournament.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we actually have a interview with Magni that will eventually get released whenever we can do 04.
Oh, that's right.
I think he mentions that he was like a little clankish in his early days.
Yeah, he was the youngest guy there.
All young competitive mythers were the same way. Like the only way you weren't is if you just weren't competitive, you know? Like if you were young, like teenager and competitive playing this game, like we were all obnoxious in those years, so.
Look at North. North is about to get ran over.
Oh, wow, yeah. Whoa. Yeah, this is where that goal pack comes into play. This is why you need a goal pack. Look at that.
Yeah, I made an unmatched goal pack on this, like unfair.
We actually got a decent dwarf shot off though. Holy shit.
Still though, that stuff's gonna get freaking cleaned up.
Yeah. And then Chickenwire is gonna be able to heal those other goals. This temple's right there. This is actually, like, people don't think about this. Like, getting control of, if you can push the opponent off both temples, you can just bleed them out on the heals. It's actually kind of, you have to keep control of that temple. It's actually crazy to me that Thundercox gave up their temple like that, especially that fast. But that's what happens when you don't get a goal pack.
I want to see what Tirri and Chickenwire do. They shouldn't ignore all that, actually go straight for their flag. Maybe not anymore. If they would have made that read earlier,
no, I mean, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Not now, but like
it wouldn't have worked. You see, you didn't see Karma. You see Karma's war pack. He was gonna get there in time.
I saw him. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, I think they could have made it, but maybe it's not.
There wasn't enough time. There wasn't enough time. Well, Thundercox is definitely gonna get pinned. Oh, look at this. Zer's out of position. He's gonna get totally pinched and. Man, Thundercox, their coordination is just so awful. I hate to say it. Like, how are they getting so many of their teammates just isolated and pinched off like this? I've never seen, of all the finals we've watched, I've never seen it happen so often as in this finals.
Yeah, how did Zer get up there so? That's
like
rough.
Cave should have been running faster from that north so that he never got picked off. You know what I mean? And then when they did their full retreat back, Zer should have been doing this. Like, he shouldn't have been staying out there. Like, I just don't understand how they're getting, like, players totally isolated like this. So, finally, the battle lines stabilize, but Thundercox is totally pinned their flag. They don't have access to a temple.
Zer's basically dead.
Yep. Zer and, no, Cave kept his archers alive, I think. Yeah, okay. But now NP can basically just run the timer out, and guaranteed winner tie at the end, so. With a percent advantage. But actually, if I was them, I would actually, if I could, well, they have less archers, so they can't archer fight. Rabican going around the south. Interesting. Okay, they do have... So the NP is trying to set up another second front on their offense in the south because they got some archers down there too. If that's the case, their NP's north needs to run away. Oh, RedPhoenix is back in this game. Oh, okay. but it looks like his archers died a little too early. RedPhoenix got picked off there. Yeah, NP's north should have backed out while they were waiting for their southeast to get in position. Oh, Thundercox setting up a really good pinch here on that east. Might get some if they can get both of these dwarfs down. Oh, that's such an unfortunate dud.
Oh, that sucks. That's good puss.
Oh, and then that bounced back, and the other one. Oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to finish that other one. Oh, get that dwarf down. Oh my god, all of their pus is just like going to shit. Oh, that's so unfortunate. If they could have killed, they should have been able to kill both of those dwarfs, and unfortunately, it's gonna live. If they could have gotten both dwarfs down, they would have taken away their general. Did you see that? Zell just blew up Tirri's warriors. Oh, Storm, is that Storm picks off the dwarf?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so now this is where NP's lack of dwarfs is going to bite them in the ass. Because now Rabican can't do anything with the general. Where is Thundercox's general? Okay. At least they have a dwarf with the general. That's fine. Okay, and it's they're pushing out on offense. Okay,
5
interesting.
minutes remaining.
Rabican's general is going to get vetted here, which really helps it to hit a lot faster. Yeah, it's got 4 kills now. That becomes very dangerous now. Yeah, okay, NP's, unfortunately, Storm, I think that was Storm's dwarf. He really needed to keep that dwarf alive, even if he had to run up the hill, because he was the only thing holding off this whole rush. And now, yeah, they got no dwarf holding off that rush. NP has free reign to their flag. Game is pretty much over. I'm not sure why Ramirez opted to go over there, and I think Ramirez really should have followed the rest of his team. Again, Thundercox's team is just kind of out of sync everywhere, it feels like. If Ramirez was with his team to fight that big south, maybe they could have won it.
Flag contested.
MP have much more mobile squads.
Yeah, and just again the coordination is just on point. But yeah, that gold pack kind of got neutralized a little bit, but it definitely caved in that north and took control of that temple.
Yeah, it had pushed Cave all the way back, and then Zer was in a position where he just got cornered immediately.
Flag captured.
Cave, although he kind of got picked off with his dwarf a little early because the dwarf was able to get a decent shot off on the goals, and he clearly did well with his archer. Actually, he did really good with the archers the rest of the game. I think he cleanly picked off RP in an archer fight, and obviously got some good hits. Cave was generally in the right place at the right time. Like he was with that fight in the south as well. So I didn't see Rabican do much with the Gen Dwarf. I didn't see either Gen Dwarf really do much. We've obviously see way higher level Gen Dwarfing these days. You know what I mean? Like
Players are more patient with it, more active with it as well.
yeah, that was definitely not top tier Gen Dwarfing from either team there, but ultimately it didn't matter. The pussing there was rough. Some bad luck. Also, I think some
Oh man,
bad shots though too. So
yeah. One part where Thundercox has like 3 duds in a row or whatever happened there was just awful.
Yeah, I don't think Thundercox's puss was bad that game. I thought all their pusses were actually good, with the exception of one. They literally just got duds.
yeah, you're right. They had one dud, and then the other one bounced back into the goal's face. Otherwise, it would have been able to finish the dwarf. Yeah.
And there was another one on top of that like bounced and missed too.
Yeah,
There's quite a few right there.
The one that I thought that could have been a little bit better was the one that bounced and landed in the water. Like The goal
that
could
looked
have
like it was just clipped.
the goal threw too far away. It could have just thrown. Like I always advise people, like if your goal can afford to get closer, you should get as close as you can before obviously like it's too close where you're gonna puss your own goal, but like not point blank, but you always want to be throwing the puss as close as possible. It should be like a nice, soft, gentle, slow puss. So you always that guarantees that even if it bounces, it's still not going to bounce very far. Yeah, so that's the series. Yeah, I don't. My memory of this was that T-Cox was a deep underdog, and it was kind of a it felt like definitely the NP team is super strong, not taking anything away from that, but like this didn't feel like the real finals, right? Like I don't think anybody expected this T-Cox team to get all the way to the finals. I think the BIA and BME teams would have been favored. Am I wrong in saying that?
I mean, they were favored at the time, but then the T-Cox teams just ended up on top.
Yeah.
And it was kind of
The
trying to like settle the debate of Thundercox versus BIA2 since it never finished in '05. You know, so this was like
Oh,
the
that's
next
right.
tournament after that.
Right.
Um,
Now, what happened with that? T-Cox and BIA never fought in '06, is that right?
No, they did. They did. That was one of the upsets that T-Cox got
yeah.
into.
Oh,
First
I
T-Cox
thought
beat him
T-Cox.
and then MP beat him.
Oh shit.
That's actually really interesting. I didn't think about that. So 05 happened the year before where they didn't finish, and T-Cox essentially got the revenge series this Mithril Cup.
Yeah, and then there's no God Cops for the first time in a few MWCs for sure.
Oh, I misunderstood that. I thought T-Cox coasted to the top bracket only playing BME, but they also played BIA.
Yeah, they got like the miracle top bracket run. They got some big upsets.
Okay, so they earned
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
then. Yeah, they fought everybody, and they just big upset. Wow, interesting. I guess the T-Cox team was just capable of a lot more and just underperformed this match is all I can think of. Then we definitely need to go back and watch those other two matches because I'm not seeing it from this match. I'm not seeing how this T-Cox team beat the BME team and the BIA team. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, the MP team was like pretty damn good, man. You know, in Divide you have Arzenic stepping up. In most other maps, you got like Chickenwire having a great game or something. So NP was just like on top of their game here. And when NP played those same teams, they also won, you know?
no, I totally agree. Like, this is a monster NP roster. And this, like, if you think about it, this NP roster is not that different from the '07 Mega Stacked T-Cox NP roster, right? Because, like, they have Grim and Ars already. And who do they add basically the next year? It's basically just Zur, right? Mostly. Um,
Well, they lose SB, they lose Zell,
RedPhoenix, they lose.
they lose Fire, they lose RP, they lose Migraine.
But most but most of those players are not an upgrade like with who they replaced in the next year '07. I would say the only major loss is RedPhoenix, maybe Fire. Like they end up adding better players in almost every single case. Otherwise, like Zur is a better player. He gets added in '07. I can't remember who else they ended up adding, but yeah, this NB team is not that different from the '07 T-Cox team the next year. Kind of weird.
This 06 team is more dominant on actual results though. Like if you look
Yeah,
at their
100%.
bottom bracket results, like all the good teams they played, TWF, not like super good, but they're a solid team. They sweep. They play NC, they sweep NC, not even close. The BA3 is like the one outlier. That's the one team that gave them a fight this Mithril Cup. Other than that, they played BME in the bottom bracket finals and freaking swept BME.
I guess my point is just like if I expected the NP team to just be so much better and monstrous, I would have expected them to like lose or to win in a different way, and for T-Cox to lose in a different way. Like what I'm seeing here is like them just like get people isolated, and they're getting cleanly picked. Like there's just seems like a fundamental lack of coordination in many of these games for T-Cox. Like not just like straight up being out BC'd and outplayed. Like I didn't really see that as much. And then even so on like the Tro maps, I still feel like despite how stacked the T-Cox or sorry the NP team is, I still feel like Xur is the best thrower in the game. He didn't really show it in that game at all. Tirri definitely trowed better, I think, because he set up 2 tro fetch pushes for his team. Xur didn't set up any, so you have to give him the nod in that one. But usually, in the broad scheme of things, I consider Xur to be the better thrower, and he kind of underperformed, I would say, in that game. So I don't know. I'm curious to see how they look in those other 2 matches. We'll definitely have to review those at some point.
Yeah, I
There's
mean,
not a lot of Tro maps until later on in the series for this 06.
Yeah, for sure.
Like it's only Great Divide and then Keep, and then like that's it for Tro maps. After that, it ends on the note with a general, you know?
Yeah, I just thought like that Keep was like besides the Barons and the Tro Keep were the 2 best maps for T-Cox, and they yeah. I mean,
I really wish they had split it like 4-4, just like NP, and then you had one more player doing other things with like spiders or myrmidons and a dwarf hero or something. Just having an extra position there, because it's NP is able to set up those tro fetch pushes, sure, but they're also able to set it up with one less player. Like it's a little bit more efficient to work with less parts.
I don't disagree. Like you can definitely do that. However, you would have also thought that with 3 players controlling fetch, that the fetchers would have more micro on them so that they wouldn't die to dwarfs. And I saw at least 2, maybe 3 of T-Cox's fetch die to dwarfs.
Oh yeah, they
is
don't
like-
even set up in time.
That shouldn't really be that easy to do, because a good fetcher should be able to block those shots, right? So
Yeah, it was. I don't even remember them setting up the fetch line properly.
no, they didn't. But I still think, despite the fetchers and the squad distributions there, like Xur had the opportunity after he pushed back Tirri that first time. The tro fetch push was his for the taking. And Xur is an aggressive player, so I'm so confused. Like he didn't follow his natural aggressive instincts there. If he had just kept pushing, he had it. Like the tro fetch push was like his fetchers were right with him. He had the tro health advantage. It was a golden. He would have won the whole game possibly right there. You know, like it was right there. All he had to do was take it, and it was just odd. Like I actually don't normally see him back off like that. He's usually very aggressive, so it's interesting.
Oh yeah.
Well, this was the classic year. I'm really glad we got Clank and even Homer in on this. Well, Homer didn't stick around for the films, I guess, but at least we got to interview Homer. Happy to get that in at least, and I hope we can get Homer back again in the future, especially for 2022. Yeah, it was good to get Clank in here, and this is a classic finals. It's like one of the all-time. I mean, sure, Clank did warn us that, this finals match was not the real highlight, certainly not from T-Cox's perspective, and that's fair. And we'll definitely go back and look at those other films, since those seem to be like, pretty big upsets, at least the BME one. Who was considered was BME considered a favorite over Bia, or that was kind of even too? That was kind of an even match.
BME was considered the favorite because early on in the tournament, after the QRs, they had like a tiebreaker game between the top 2 seeds, and it was BIA versus BME, and I'm pretty sure BME won the tiebreaker over BIA.
Okay, but
I don't think.
if it went to a
films that can be
tiebreaker, it
found
must
on
have
the
been really
website.
close.
Yeah, it was up to like 5 games.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
I remember Thal like played in that for BIA, but later on in the tournament he wasn't available.
Asmo, am I being too harsh on these teams? Like, I don't know. When I look at these films, I just feel like the team play, at
Hey, the
least.
Barons game, man, think about it. Like, that might be Thundercox's only win, but how did they do it? Pretty much the same way that NP was winning every other game, with a bunch of crazy pinches and taking advantage of your opponent being out of position. It
Yeah,
was a lot of the same stuff.
but Barons is more of a lineup and BC fight type of game. It didn't quite play out in the typical fashion because NP went no archers. But as Asmo and I kind of pointed out, oh, Clank's back. Let me pull him in here.
He's back for some final words.
Clank, what's going on? We thought we lost you.
Yeah, sorry I had to dip.
No, all good. All good.
You
We
left
just
at the right
finished.
time.
We finished. Yeah, you showed back up the right time because we just finished watching the films, and we're just kind of like doing some closing thoughts. Clank, did you feel like T-Cox performed better against BME and Bia earlier in the tournament than in this match against NP?
Granted, I missed the last 3 games of this match, but I will say that as far as compared to what I remembered, a lot of these games were a lot closer than I remembered. Um, so, I mean, there were some glaring, especially with like Ramirez and sometimes Flatline. I noticed like some really questionable decisions from the games that we watched. But I think that like in general, I think that NP was just so good. I mean, they didn't even have to play. I mean, they played migraine and cream quite a bit, and they played the RedPhoenix guy, even though he like hadn't played in like years. It felt like because they didn't need to play their best squad to still be formidable. So I'm not sure that there's anything that we could have done to really, have actually beaten NP, especially if they were like, putting their best squad forward. Um, I think that, I don't think that there's any member from that team from Thundercox 2006 who's like disappointed with how we performed. We far exceeded everybody's expectations after Grim and Arzenic left. So I don't know. Maybe other people from the team like Stormrider or whatever have like regrets, but to be honest, I was just happy to be there. So.
Yeah, I guess, I guess I would agree more with you until I saw the last 2 games. Like the last 2 games, like it felt like T-Cox was just falling apart, and I was just like, "What is going on?" Like the you missed it, but the keep captures game, I would have thought that was a very strong pick for
Or,
T-Cox and Zur throwing.
yeah.
Like I still think Zur is the best thrower in the game, even despite how stacked NP's roster is, and he just we did other finals with Zur throwing, and he did great. 08, 07. This was like by far his worst throwing I've seen, and like the other thing is like it was so weird how he messed up because it's so unlike him. He's a naturally very aggressive thrower, and like he was handed a very strong throw fetch push on a silver platter and just did not take it and backed out with the throw health advantage. And like I'm like no idea what his decision making was there. It was crazy to me to see it.
I mean, if you asked, I mean, the things that I remember from this match the most are like, for me personally, are like the goal pack versus Chickenwire. And then the second thing that like jumps to mind, like without even, I have the keep game open now on my computer that I'm like just kind of refreshing on, but I remember that throwing performance for sure because it was definitely like a big, because we were in sudden death, and yeah, I guess he did better in later years, but I mean, at this time in the game, I mean, Xur was known for being like kind of unpredictable. You know, he
Yeah,
could like put
fair.
in a masterful performance, or he could totally lose you the game.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
So,
fair to say. Yeah, he probably became a little bit
and
more
and the other thing that
consistent
people
later.
forget, yeah, the other thing that people forget is that Thierry is a good thrower. He just like isn't called on to do it very often, but anytime he throws for NP or whoever, I mean, he's more than good. You know, I mean, you know, everybody always forgets like how good he is with dark units. Like he's exceptional with fetch. He's really good with tro. You know, that sort of stuff.
I have not been
But
much of a fan of his
to-
throwing personally. However, I will say he trowed just fine this match for sure. Like, yeah, this is the best throwing I've seen him
Yeah, I
do.
mean
So,
he's not gonna he's not like super aggressive or anything like that, but he's super smart with them, which a lot of the time that's all you need. I think that the biggest question though is, did you guys see my dwarf bottle? Because that's all that matters.
in the Lichen game at the end, or what?
No, in the keep game when I bottled the
Oh
water and killed one of
no!
their fetch.
Oh, gotcha. We were talking about that too, and
Yeah,
like
that was,
we were just like, man, I I I don't like giving one guy both fetch and dwarf on that. You know, it's just an awkward squad trying to not blow yourself up with the dwarf.
Yeah, like
yeah.
I wish the fetch had been passed out to the other players and you just had that dwarf hero position on your own.
Yeah, we'll watch those other two games, BME matches. I feel like there's a stronger T-Cox performance in there somewhere that I'd like to see. So
Oh, those are two great series, man. Like it was a
I get that. I get that the NP roster here is so much better and like should win 99 times out of 100 no matter what. But like T-Cox absolutely could have still played better here in this series. I feel like just seeing like players just get out of position and picked off, like they're like totally isolated, and like the whole NP team is like just able to like completely surround them and pick them off. Like that should never happen. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that.
Yeah. So I mean, something Clank mentioned, which I wonder is an effect of the match, is that was their first time using voice, and it sounded like they used it the whole tournament until then. So maybe like
Oh,
voice hurt them
oh,
in
you
the
guys
final.
didn't use voice until the finals, is that right?
Yeah, exactly. And then,
Oh,
I mean, for
that
me
is a
personally,
huge
voice
factor.
was, yeah. And for me personally, voice was terrible because I was at my dad's house for the summer from college, and the only computer in the house is like in the living room. And I've got like two sisters that are like 10 years younger than me, like crawling all over me. And they're like, "Why are you wearing headphones? Why are you talking into a microphone? Why are you?" And then like my parents have like friends over and shit. It's like the middle of the day on a Saturday or something. And so that's the other big thing that I remember from that is like I'm sitting here looking like ridiculous in this old headset that I found at my dad's house while everybody's like, "What the hell is he doing?" So I don't know. It was a weird series.
Dude, that explains it right there. I didn't realize that you didn't use voice the whole tournament and it was just this match. That explains it right there. That's all I need to know. Like that
Yeah,
100% that affected it.
yeah.
I can see it. I can just see it in the way that you guys are like just out of sync, and like people are like, you'd think that voice would help those issues where like people wouldn't get out of position, but like if it's your first time using it, 100% like it's gonna fuck everybody up. And I can say that because that's what it took me a
Like you
good
don't know
year
who's
to get used
talking.
to it. Yeah, it took me like a whole year to get used to it.
Yeah,
I didn't
like
start
we
using it
don't
until
we don't know each other's
2018.
voices. We
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you get Ramirez playing music.
I feel like, yeah, for sure you just use Chef. That's what you've been doing the whole tournament. That sounds so risky to just try it in the finals out of nowhere.
Yeah, this did not feel like the proper T-Cox performance, but yeah, I think that explains it perfectly right there. That's it, 100%. And I'll be able to
if a
I
couple of
won't
those
fully
early
confirm
games
it.
go the other way, you know.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a couple, two or three that could have went the other way, 100%. But again, I can just see the voice fucking those games up for you guys, 100%. when we look at the other matches, and we'll see. You know, if you're around, Clank, or we can save it for a weekend or that you're available or whatever. If you can come back for that, because we can even do both of those matches like back to back real quick. Just roll through them real quick.
Enjoyable games for
And
sure.
I think I won't know for sure until I can watch those, but I'm guessing I'm going to see a difference. Yeah, and I think that's going to be that will perfectly explain it. I think. Any final comments on this one, guys, before we kind of wrap things up?
Fun tournament,
One
fun
point,
series.
yeah, I thought it was a great tournament. It's one of my favorite memories from Myth. All these years later, really that 3 year string of teams from '04 to '06 and those tournaments in general were just super competitive. Everybody was super active. Just great times.
Yeah, it's fun being a 15-year-old with all these crazy myth people.
It was definitely formative for sure.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah.
2006. Kind of like a legendary year in Myth history because like the NP team was like arguably the strongest iteration of the NP team. I don't think that's controversial to say since they had Ars and Grim added to it, and they still had RedPhoenix as well. Oh, and Tirri, I forgot to add that he was added as well. So yeah, like clearly the strongest iteration of NP. Legendary team, one of the best rosters of all time for a team, and had an epic kind of like grind through the bottom bracket. So yeah, great year. Even though I couldn't be a part of it. Asmo, what were you doing in 06?
I was on a team. I was on. I was on a team called Gentlemen's Club. It's actually the name of my guild or order. What I forget what they called it in World of Warcraft. So I was playing, but I wasn't like super involved beyond the creation of the team because I was all up in World of Warcraft. I'm looking at my profile. I only played 6 games at Mithril Cup.
Okay, so this wasn't a super active year for you. Did you organize the team and everything, or you just hopped on somebody else's team?
I mean, I think I was originally part of the organization because the team's literally named after my
Right.
order from World of Warcraft. But I think I probably was so invested in World of Warcraft that it looks like someone else probably took it over.
And do you remember what you guys placed?
Or like 10th or something. Let me see. Yeah, we placed 10th.
By the way, if I had played this year, I should mention I would have been on the Bia team because Roz was pestering me a bunch. As I mentioned this in another episode, Raziel was like pestering me multiple times to try and join the tournament, even though I kept telling him like, dude, I'm literally chatting with you from an internet cafe in the middle of the desert in Iraq. Like, I cannot play. Like, there's no chance this is happening.
I actually have a question for Paris. I'm looking, so I clicked on my team when we played T-Cox in the quarter rounds, it looks like. And it looks like Runer played on your guys' team in the quarter round. Is that actually Runer or is that someone else?
No, at the time my account was banned, so I dummy accounted as my cousin. So
Okay.
in those films, I'm playing as Ken SF,
Okay.
and I get all these crazy stats.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm shocked that he played that late. I didn't think he was around anymore, but it makes sense.
We should also note that this was the tournament that retired BME forever from the game. They all left after this. So,
Well, Magne played on the 2008 team,
what team was that?
Armageddon.
Armageddon. Okay. Okay, yeah, not all of them, I guess. Was that his last year?
Yep.
Uh,
So, or did he play on like
did
a NFD team 1 year after that? I can't remember.
no, that was the year before. That was maybe 2007. He was on the Supreme team, but I think When did Nine Balls stop playing? Like 2008? Because he was in like a TWS finals at some point.
That was
Because
08.
Nine
That
Balls Cannibal Locks.
yeah, he was so 08. He at least played during like those films a few days ago where he was in the finals.
So he might have been one of the last ones to stop playing from BME.
So besides
Good
him,
riddance to
though,
those fucks.
Or like Kron still plays.
I still would rather play against them, Clank, even if I didn't like him. You know, I actually probably wouldn't mind him as much, but if we had another good team, I'd be happy to. It would stir up some drama. You would like it.
Their
Yeah,
absence
correct.
was definitely felt in 2007. There was just one less like powerful force out there.
So I mean, I was watching this Keep game and I was like, how the hell did we lose? And then it all just came flashing back. I was like, oh my gosh. But oh well, say la vie.
Oh, interesting. Bia never played BME in the DE. Huh.
No, it's like right after the QRs. They played for first and second seed. But it doesn't show up on the website.
Oh, it was a tie break because they tied the QRs. It was a
It was a
tie-break match.
tiebreaker. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay. But did they play each other in the QRs though?
No, this happened like
Okay.
right after the QRs, and they both had like the same
So
score.
that's literally the only time they played though. Then in the entire tournament was that one match, which was a tiebreak.
Zer wants to get into the stream.
Well, great. We would be glad to have him. He just needs to hop in the lobby, and I can pull him in. Zer wants to come and defend his throwing because I was talking so much shit about his throwing. That's okay. He can come. He can come tell me I'm wrong. Let's get him in here.
How do I send an invite to here?
I can find out. Let's see.
Oh, there we go.
Clank, while we're waiting on Zer, do you remember anything about 2007 with Roz capping?
2007, you know, I was like really spotty in my availability that year. And so I just remember, well, one, the funniest thing that I've ever seen related to a Myth World Cup was all of us planning, like intentionally, like recruiting Liger onto the team just so that we could bench him. So
Oh,
he wouldn't
that's
be able to
right.
play.
Yeah.
I remember this. Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Well, the funniest thing I've ever like heard with Myth World Cup, and it was purely because we all just hated his guts. So we like convinced him to join, and then the roster lock happened. So we waited for the roster lock to happen,
That's
and then we just
right.
benched him permanently.
Was that a Raziel idea or is that a group thing? I was not part of that at all, I don't think. But
It's probably a
it
group
was
idea.
Roz, me, and like a couple other people.
yeah, okay.
It was,
That makes
Karma.
it was
sense.
definitely it was premeditated.
Yeah, I do remember
For
it being
sure.
premeditated. That is definitely true. All right, Zer's here. Let me grab him. Zer, can you hear us? What's up?
Top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning to you, sir. So I just talked a bunch of shit about your throwing. You may have heard.
Yeah.
You can.
I actually disagree.
Go ahead.
Basically, back then, I was the only thrower, I think, that knew that basically avoiding damage was the most important thing.
Yeah, Tirri didn't know this yet. I guess you're right.
Nobody knew that shit yet. Like in 2005, 2006, just taking a few shots, from fetch is a big deal because it like throws off the what do you call it? Like it
Your
throws
ability
things
to
off,
drop
right?
it.
Yeah, and now people know that, right? But I knew that, and nobody else knew that. Well, nobody else was practicing that. But I don't think my throwing in that game was that. But then, like, obviously losing my throw at the end, that was like just. I think I was in two places at once. And I had like a throw like somewhere else, and then I lost track of the other throw, and I lost it. But the overall thing about that tournament is we just had like a fucking what do you call that? Like like a block. Like we can't beat MP.
Yeah, mental block. That's
Yeah,
correct.
like the T-Cox just had a mental block with
Hmm.
MP.
That
And
was kind of the mood where it was like we're kind of fucked, even because like we're against NP. Like our luck is
yes,
run the fuck
we
out.
never win against MP. That's try
Yeah.
something different. That's like not play our game. That's the way it was. None of
I've
us were
already kind of
confident.
mentioned it on my end, but I was just happy to be there. I was like happy that we made it that far, and
Yeah,
I don't know.
yes.
I was a little bit complacent.
I
Zer,
think
can I
I think
show
that's
you one thing in the film? Because I can show you the moment where I think that you would have won the game for your whole team if you had just pushed.
I don't doubt. Like, the thing is that I know if I have aggressive fetchers that will follow me if I make a decision,
Ball captured. Ball
I'll make
captured.
a move. If that makes sense. On Armageddon, like if I was the fetcher or the thrower, I knew that if I move forward, they're coming.
I agree with you, and Armageddon definitely, your fetchers definitely did that for you,
Captured.
100%.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah,
saying you didn't trust your fetchers though in this game? Is that basically what you're
yeah.
saying?
Yeah, I should have been one of them.
Yeah, the Peacock squad back then, like we weren't practicing together. We were just like a team, right? Most of the people I was playing with were like Paris, Kirk. We were playing like loads of fucking 2v2 PGs, very aggressive, etc., etc. That wasn't like it was like a different. It was like the myth was evolving, and then like we had all these players that weren't really like you say it was active, but like these players weren't active. They weren't like how should I say it?
They
Like
weren't playing with you, is that what you're
they,
saying?
they weren't playing and they weren't evolving with the game. I was like at that point like I was like very active. Cave and stuff. He's like super good player, obviously, but he wasn't like a lot of the players that they weren't like super active. They weren't evolving with the game at the time. So that makes you not trust that they will make the exact right decision you need them to make to be aggressive, if that makes sense. Does that make any sense?
Kind
So
of.
you're,
I think
so you're
so.
so you're saying that at the current time people understand like okay, trials in their face, your fetch follow. So if they send melee at you,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna make a move. Come with me.
yeah, and so
And
you're
it's like
saying that
it's like an understood thing. It's like
yeah.
you
So you're
you
saying
know
at this time in '06 that was understood that you could push into their face and your fetch wouldn't necessarily
yeah,
follow.
I knew like like okay, I have a throw advantage. We can just fucking push. Fetch and throw. You can't beat it, right? On maps like that, like you have a throw health advantage. That's why I was so careful always in early game to like avoid damage. And other people weren't doing that, and I was like, hee hee, because that like I knew like it made a difference, but it only makes a difference if everything's coordinated, and it just wasn't.
Okay, a couple questions there. There's a couple moments in the game where your tro are like off to the side, kind of not, kind of letting Tirri's tro get in the face of your arty. Is that an intentional decision to try and
Yeah,
bait
yeah,
him into taking
it's
damage?
like a bait. It's like a bait.
You're baiting
Yeah,
him?
I did that a lot. Yeah, it was like, okay, maybe if I hang here, they'll make a mistake. Like, it's
Okay.
kind of,
Yeah, it's interesting because I actually remember you doing something similar against me in '09 as well. So I'll have to watch that later. But okay, so that makes a little bit more sense to me why you were doing that because I was just like, why are you not defending his tro?
This still like you see it all the time. There was in our match with in a Asmodians tournament with
Yeah, against Elso.
LSO's team, they did the same thing in a throw map. Like, it was like a bait. They went too far. It's the map that we won. And they were like, we've got a chance here, but they overextended. And I was talking to Clank about that beforehand. I was like, you can like finesse somebody into thinking they have an opportunity when they don't. If that makes sense.
So it's interesting, interesting to hear your thinking. It makes a little more sense to me. I guess my only thing that I would still disagree with is like, even if I don't trust my fetchers, I'm still gonna make the move that the move I make. It should be such an obvious decision for the fetchers. Like, and if I have to call them out to tell them what to do, it's fine. Like,
There was
because
there's the biggest suicide like went down in history that I ever did, and I had a true health advantage, and I saw a spot, and Grim didn't follow me. I went in.
That's 09. That's the 09 stuff I'm talking about. Yes.
What happened? I went in. I was like, "This is the opportunity. This is go," and then he fucking went the other direction. So that's what I'm talking about.
We're gonna have to watch that film again too, but
watch it.
Well, I'll just tell you, my memory of it is that you pushed out ahead of him, and he's slower than you. He can't keep up, and so he was just out of range. I don't think he moved away. I think he just literally was trying to keep up but couldn't.
Yeah, maybe I made a mistake positionally, but that's how I felt at the time. But maybe I don't know. I'd have to watch it again.
And the only thing I'll just point out is like, and this is why I always talk about it on the podcast every time we see a Tro fetch map, because I feel like it's not understood well enough even today, is that the Tro fetch combination is like one of the strongest synergies in the game. And like Troers have to understand like their whole job, what separates the top Troers from everybody else is the top Troers set up their arty to do big damage and get those synergy combinations. That's why they're more efficient with their Tro health and get more damage, more bang for the buck. And by the way,
it's all about efficiency. Like, it's
exactly.
Like little tiny little things, And I think that's like, back then, I was the only person I think in the game that realized that these little tiny trees. I'm not saying like I was like fucking. Like fucking godlike, but I realized that little thing way back, and yeah.
No, and by the way, I'm a fan of your throwing in general. Like, I don't know if you heard our 2008 podcast. Did you hear that at all?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was very much a fan of your throwing and Kirk's throwing that match.
One thing I'll say is that I remember watching. I'm not like necessarily aggressive. Like, people have this like idea that I'm like super fucking aggressive. It's just not true. Like, I was super fucking aggressive when it called for it, but like there was one game I forget. I think it was on Tirri's. I just played passive. I just held the spot. And you do that. You don't need to be aggressive all the time. It's just when it calls for it,
Yeah, it's like a controlled aggression. I mean, yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean that's interesting to get your insight on that. If you got the stream open, I want to show you one thing real quick on this
I don't know how to open this stream while being in this channel. Can somebody give me some invite?
You don't have the stream?
Wait. Can I just get the stream on? Is it on
Twitch? Yeah. I linked it in the chat here. I can link it again. Hang on.
And can you link it in general?
It's in there too. If you scroll up, twitch.tv/GiantKillerGeneral. I'll link it again.
I have to hear my own voice. Fuck this.
You can just mute it. Just mute it. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you got it up?
Yeah.
All right. So you had Tirri does a little damage here, but takes damage.
This was the bait. That's what
right.
I mean.
No, I hear you. Like, you're fine at this point. This is totally fine. I like your position right here. You got like
I miss some
good tro
punches
health.
here too, bro. Like I noticed, like I miss like 2 or 3 punches if I control better.
Yeah, so yeah, there's definitely a couple punches here that extra that you could have got, but that's not the
Yeah.
that's not the big deal breaker. It's like right here. So Tirri,
Can I mention something before you go
What
into
Go ahead.
play?
what I should have done at this point is turn around one of my true, kick those fucking 3 fetch.
Yes, you could have done that too. Absolutely.
Basically, like, yeah, that's what I should have done right here. I should have focused on that bottom throw with my bottom 2 throw and just went and kicked those fetch. That's
I
what I
feel like
should
the J man could have.
have. J-Man behind me, so like I'm not gonna lose like massively in that throw fight. I'm just gonna like kick those fetch. The throw's gonna come back. I'm gonna win. the fight.
You actually could have 2v3'd those tro because the J-Man cave, he could have heal locked one of the tro.
That's what I mean,
That's what
yeah,
I was
that's what I
gonna
mean.
say for sure.
That's what I mean.
Absolutely.
I should have just went and kicked those fetch and 2v3 the throw.
Yeah, you
Right
could have
there.
done that. But that's super high level 400 IQ shit that like I don't expect everybody to like figure that out in the heat of the like you have like 2 seconds to like figure that out, right? Like I totally get that missing that play. But
You do make those decisions sometimes, you know. Like it's like, oh, the fetch are right there. I'll just send my throw up there and like focus my other throw on the other one. You know, like fucking trust my healer and that's it. You know, you just make those decisions sometimes.
yeah. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention too in this game is like it was a big mistake by both teams to not give either thrower some like 3 or 4 straggler melee. Like the throwers always need to have straggler melee.
It's a big deal. Like even just one fucking melee, it makes a difference.
Yeah, and both teams didn't do it here, so that's like a big miss. And then so here you're looking fine still.
Look at my true health. Look at my true health. This is
Yeah. You have perfect throw health.
Yeah, but I had no damage. Like there's no
Yeah, and that's why I didn't understand why you didn't just keep pushing here because like you had all your fetchers right with you. And all you had to do was like get one, like you said, one tro on those top of those fetch. All their melee would have been forced to come up to defend the tro, and your fetch would have blasted the shit out of them.
That's completely correct.
And that's the play you missed, and you would have literally won the whole game right here.
Yeah, no, you're correct.
Like right here, look, here it is.
Yeah.
You got to back up right here. You're backing up. If you just kept going, all you had to do is keep going.
Missed some punches there as well.
Yeah, missed some punches for sure, but all you had to do is keep going. If you had kept going here, you would have won. You would have won the whole game right here. Just keep going. So that was the only my main point, I guess, I was trying to point out.
Yeah. Yep. You ain't wrong.
But no, otherwise, no. I like your throwing. I always like to highlight who I liked as good throwers because I disagree with some people's assessments of other people's throwing, but I
actually think not to blow my own. I think at that point in the game, I was the best thrower in the game. Like that's
why that's what I said too. I said I think Xur is actually, despite how stacked this NP roster is, I still think that you're probably the best thrower in the game, even in 06 at this time. So that's why I was surprised that you guys didn't win that one.
I just had so much practice, but the thing is, I don't know. Again, I think it was what I came back to before. We just had a mental block against MP. It was just like we're scared of him, you know.
Yeah. It seemed like that. Oh, by the way, Xur, we talked a little bit about how your team used voice chat for the first time in this finals match, and how that might have kind of thrown off the coordination.
It made me uncomfortable.
Yeah. Okay. So you remember that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Xur, can we get you back? It's kind of getting late for us here to like do a full interview with you, but can we get you back for another episode sometime, maybe?
If I'm involved in the game, well, you know what? Like even if I'm
not, man, we need the drama with you.
If you're able to stomach the painful loss in 09, we'd happy to have you for 09. But I don't know if there's another year you would prefer, but.
Well, if you do those BIA, BME games, like he's the star of like the
we can do that.
BME series. I remember that.
It don't look bad, you know?
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, we can definitely do
Can
that.
all make fun of Mirk too.
No, like I think the I
It'll be
think
great fun.
I think that year versus BME I performed like insanely well. I just had like instead of being scared of BME, I was like, you know,
We're just gonna get them.
I fucking hate them. Like, let's beat them. That kind of thing, you know. Whereas, like, it came to MP, it's like, you know, it's like kind of like we lost our fire.
I really don't understand all this hate for BME. It's like, were they like the first like troll team in the
No,
history
they
of
were.
Myth,
They
or
talked a
what?
lot of shit, man. That's what they
They,
did.
I just don't.
Oh, they were fucking
they were the
unbearable.
highest. They had the highest BC. They were the best BC team in
Yeah,
that. Chilham was fucking incredible. He was like he was like very tough player to play against.
right,
Like,
right.
but you know, when it's in a team game, like he's just, you know, 1/6, 1/7 of the team, you know. So yeah, like that guy was incredibly good. They just had a really strong lineup. Like they were like feared at the time and stuff like that. So, but they fell apart quite easily when they got beat.
But
As
yeah, once you connect and you get like a chin shot on them, they start to kind
Yeah,
of
they crumble
they
fast.
infight
crumble
and
fast.
bicker.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah, I think you're right about that. And actually, I think Honky talked about that too. Like there was maybe some infighting or something. Asmo, do you remember that
Actually,
discussion at all?
sorry, but I think actually with BME, I can't remember how the games went because like I have bad memory, but I think like once they lost one game or one or two games, like they crumbled in the match, if that makes sense. You know, it was like yeah, it was like the
Especially
crumble.
against MP that year. They really weren't good against MP at all.
MP was the best team.
But like in '04, they ran down on NP. You know, the difference of 2 years.
Again, like you talk shit about those finals. A lot of those games were really close. Do you know what I mean? Like it wasn't like it was a wash in terms of score, but like a lot of that came down to like small things. And again, like yeah, like that shit you highlighted where I should have just rushed them down with a throw. That's absolutely correct. But like the thing is that it wasn't the score didn't reflect, you know, MP were much better coordinated team. They've been playing together for a lot longer. Um, but yeah, T Cox just wasn't coordinated in that way. We didn't actually play a lot together. The only people like on MP or on T Cox that played together a lot were me and Paris, I think.
Yeah, we played throughout most of the day. Like I remember Flat or not Flat, Cave and Storm and Ramirez be on in like the morning, and then by the midday and the end of the night, I'd be playing with you and Clank and Karma.
Yeah, but that stuff like those late night games were like I remember
A lot going down.
Liger and Kirk and stuff, and like
Oh
I
yeah, that was a little
yeah,
later.
yeah. I remember all that stuff. That's where like you know like skill appreciation was happening. Those were like high level like 2v2 3v3s that were happening, and like I think like when I think back, that's when like I learned how to like micro good, you know, like look out for little spots, that kind of thing. I don't know if you agree with that, but like that's when I was learning, you know.
Yeah, those grind sessions, and then like if like I mean the community's small as it is, but if you have like a small group of people doing that and playing together like that constantly, they're gonna have like an edge over their opponents. I mean, we were doing it then. BME was doing it in '04 with their group of
Yeah.
players, you know.
That ultra aggressive, like kind of throwing style and stuff that evolved out of Myth came from PG actually. It
Well, you were
came
more
from
willing to experiment than other players who were just a little bit more stiff with the unit.
yeah. Yeah, I was doing all kinds of crazy shit just to like see if it worked. But the thing is that like, like the the how should I put it? Like there was a lot happening there that like kind of instructed like how people will play in the future because it became like true fetch pushing is like a perfect example. It's very obvious. Like it's unbeatable combo. You
We'd
have
want
total
to
fetch. Like
we'd want to imitate it. We have a game in this 2006 year against BIA, and we nailed down the fetch push in a way where like their fetch are like suiciding over their own dwarven hero models.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot going on back then. Like the game was in flux. But
Yeah, it was a crazy time.
Can somebody post the films for the BIA and BME matches
Yeah, you know what? I was going to ask
in
Asmo if
Discord?
actually, since we keep talking about it, I wonder if we should just do them even like sooner rather than later. If you guys are available, like even next weekend or whenever we can get the same group together, we can just go through both. I think we just do both matches back to back all in one go.
You could even put
if I'm
NP
available, I'll show up.
NPB on there too.
I just finished up our shift, so that's why I was so late. Like so, but basically, like if you're doing anything around this time or like an hour before, I can show up.
Okay, you don't get off till a lot later. Damn. Um, let's try to figure out a schedule because this is probably too late for most of us to like start a podcast episode. Let's try to figure out another time that we can get everybody on the same pay same time. Like would like an early afternoon Saturday or something work? Like what do you work weird hours or what?
Yeah, yeah, it depends, is the answer to your question.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, you can like, posit something to me. Is that the right word? Posit. Is that a word? Anyway, yeah, you can like throw something at me and I can say yes or no. So
Okay, how about early Saturday afternoon? Like US time. So like probably like 8 or
but
9 p.m. your time.
no, what either? No, I'm working next week. That's
You
all.
work nights or what?
Yeah.
Okay, you work nights. Fuck. I don't know. We'll think of something later, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna be tough to figure out. But you work
Sunday,
both. You work weekends
Sunday,
nights, both Saturday Sunday nights.
I have, yeah. Well, I work 2 weekend nights every weekend. So, and then I have one off, but I have my son, but he'll be normally be in bed or he's entertaining himself. So,
Damn. Okay,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
that's
got
gonna
a
be
lot of
tough
shit going
to
on.
get you in. But all right. Yeah, we should probably go over those films at some point sooner.
Yeah, no, no, I can give my insight, but yeah, this time, like around this time, I remember quite well, I would say. Did you review the 2005?
Uh,
No.
there's only
What?
like 3 films of that.
What about 2005? The
I don't know.
finals?
Yeah, well, there was a whole tournament there.
Oh, no, we haven't gone through like anything but MWC finals yet. We were gonna do like all the years of finals first, but we do plan on going back and like nitpicking the big upset matches and other noteworthy matches in MWCs as well.
I would say honestly that T Cox was like we're always underrated. They're always like, but like we just show up in so many finals. Like what? Here they are again. But yeah,
Yeah, like what happened in the '05 finals?
I forget. I think it was some bullshit. I'm pretty sure like we beat them a couple of games and then they just took off. That's like that's as far as I remember. Like yeah,
Are you saying a couple
You
of games of the
you
finals
actually
got
played a
played?
couple games?
yeah. A couple of games got played and we
They
won
played
every.
Tier 3.
Yeah, we were out. and then they just fucking left or something.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know
I
that.
know that. That's crazy.
I wonder if we can get the films of those 2 or
Yeah,
3
so basically
games.
he won that MWC as well,
Does
which
any,
is
you-
kind of bullshit.
I'm surprised the TO didn't force a forfeit on the team that ditched out. I didn't know that games were played at all in the actual finals.
Yeah, yeah.
does anybody
it was
have those
Mad
films?
I don't.
I have some from August of 2005,
No,
but I think BIA like wins all 3 of these games.
So those are not the finals, I assume.
Somebody had him, it would be somebody like Limp or Eastwind or somebody like that.
Right.
So this must be like top bracket finals.
Fuck.
and like T-Cox were in the like.
Because who'd you play? You guys played Hand of Allah in the bottom bracket finals, right?
I've
I remember it was like a Dark Canyon game or some shit that went down.
I don't remember. To be honest. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's how it went, though.
Asmo, since you're kind of friends more with the BME crowd, do you think the hate against them, like so much hate against them, is it justified? Did they live up to the reputation of deserving that much hate?
I mean, like, I wasn't involved with the early myth drum, like 04s when I came back. I knew everyone hated them based on like their TAs and stuff, but I mean, I've talked with them in person like quite a bit because we all jumped on Halo 2 when that came out. Like that's where they went, and I played with them online, and like they were sort of chill, like over voice. I never really had issues with them.
Paris, what age are you now?
What?
What age are you?
What's your
Age?
question?
Yeah, what age are you?
How old are you?
Oh, so I'm 15 in 2006. Now I'm
Yeah,
34.
In 2006 here, I was 17.
Yeah, right. Like we're just kids.
Yeah.
Ramirez
Yeah,
is
in
probably in his
2000
30s then.
I was 14 when I competed in MWC 2002.
Yeah, it was the coolest thing. I remember like in 2005 when the finals didn't happen, I was like, yo, like this might be it. So getting to that 2006 finals was like kind of cool. It was like, all right, Myth still might have more Myth World Cups. This is still something, you know?
Yeah.
Because everyone was just like, oh, like it's kind of the lamest game. Like there's all these other new games out. Like all the Halos were out by
You
then.
know what though? There will never be another game like Myth.
Nah, not at all.
Yeah, I agree. Nobody has the patience for something like Myth anymore.
I will disagree with you all, but it'll be a long time before it ever comes out. But yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe at some point. Like it's too good not to come again.
I don't know. I don't know this. Because think about like the proper mixture of stuff you need here. You need to get like a good 10 to 20,000 people, and then slowly like just deteriorate over time.
The thing is, it's like a happy accident, right? Because
Yeah.
basically, like, a lot of the strategies and the kind of things that evolved out of the game, they weren't really intended.
Was somewhat like technological advancements of everyone getting better internet connections, like the hosts providing better servers for the players.
No, what I'm saying is, like, the way little nuances of the game, they weren't really thought out and intended to be played the way that they were, if that makes sense. Like,
They were discovered, you're saying.
they were kind of just like they were happy accidents discovered by the players. It was just a well-designed game.
Oh, I totally agree with that. Like, I don't think the Bungie team knew fully what they made. It was like you said, it was an accident. They didn't fully understand their creation, and it just happened that way. Yeah.
Exactly. It was so good, in that sense. I think StarCraft had a similar thing. Like there was loads of little like bugs in the game that became part of the gameplay. Because they took a high level of skill to execute that kind of thing. Like
the thing The thing that sets Myth apart, though, compared to games like Warcraft, is like that random element, like with the physics engine. That's always been such a huge part of Myth. Is like, oh, I'm gonna win the game. Oh, I dudded, so we lose. Like that random luck element is what keeps us coming back.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
what do you call that? They use it against gamblers. Intermittent reinforcement. You throw a bottle, maybe it'll connect, maybe it won't. Who knows?
Yeah. All of a sudden,
Yeah.
they're hooked for another spin.
Ramirez is in the lobby if you want to drag him in here. Yes.
Oh my God, Ramirez,
Wow.
what's going on? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes, very well. How's it going?
Hey.
Good.
Ramirez,
Man, this is
Ramirez.
such a big crowd here. We got late joiners coming in. Holy shit. Yeah, we just kind of finished up looking at the 2006 finals. Ram, do you want to just tell us a little bit about what you remember from that year?
Well, it would have to be a little bit, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But that was in 2006. I looked over the films, and yeah, I don't know. Like there were things that I remember about them, but in the general sense, like I don't know, it's quite a while ago. It would have to be more like if I was going to make a comment on it, a more general, this is who we were, this is what we were at, kind of a thing, right? Like
Sure, go ahead.
specifics about the game would be, yeah, I'd be just making it up.
Yeah,
For
like
sure.
what? So
Oh,
just
while you
whatever
were
general
watching it?
comments can you make about the team and what you remember from the team and the year, the tournament, and everything?
Do you remember
Well,
beating BME?
not really.
Yeah.
No, that was one of the questions though, as I was watching. I was like, how did we get here?
Yeah, we
What,
beat
what was the
BME.
road?
We killed everybody. That's how we got there.
Yeah. Zer and I remember well, we were just teenagers at the time.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember playing overly well in any of it myself. Um, it always seemed like, there were guys that were doing better than me, but I don't know. Maybe that's just the way I look, I'm looking back at it.
And
I don't-
honestly, I don't think you were all that active back then compared to I think like me and Paris were playing probably 50 to 100 games for every one that you played outside of tournaments.
Ram
Yeah.
was playing a lot of WoW. I feel like you were more active in 2005, though.
Oh,
Well,
for
yeah, what year did it come out?
Wow.
No, this.
98.
98.
That's Myth 2 came out in 98.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like those first, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, man, we were poop suckers. There's no fucking doubt about that. And at that point, I think,
Explain what a poop soccer is. I don't understand.
oh, fuck off. You know what a poop sucker is. You're a poop sucker yourself. But anyway, yeah, like at the beginning of it all, I would have to say that on certain map types, like it was probably unhealthy how good we became at that, troll warlock, merc thing on troll, or spider web, the fetch and the zerks. Like you just played it so much, it was almost like fuck, you were a machine. But then when later on it got slacked off, and you're still not bad at the game, but I don't know, you're looking at it different then, I guess, is what it is.
When you get out of practice with myths, like whenever you're like really good and you're playing all the time, you can get in the flow. There's a certain thing of, like you're in flow with the fucking game. Like
Yeah, that's for sure.
You need to be practiced.
Exactly, yeah. It's like anything you do, right? You're good at it, well,
Yeah.
it's because you're doing it
Especially
well.
myth though. Like I come back to myth and like play thousands and thousands of fucking games. and I come back, from playing like fucking Dota or whatever. I'm like, this is really, really hard to get my like control back. If that makes sense. It's a hard game even to de-rust from, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like it almost takes some level of commitment to be half-assed good at it, really.
Yeah.
Learning curve, especially compared to modern games. Like the learning curve is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I always say Myth is a game that's easy to at least get started and like learn the basics, but really, really hard to master. Yeah.
It's the engine, It's like when you're trying to get good at controlling units in Myth to like a high level in a like microing, you need to know like how it moves or like how like you need to like be practiced to the point that you're in touch with like the engine itself, the gaming engine.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I've always looked at it, like you need to know like these little frames here and there, especially in like tro fights or whatever, fetch fights. Those little frames, those little like nuanced movements that
Timing the attack speeds of everything,
it
basically.
tracks
Yeah.
speeds, like how things move, how they navigate, like pathfinding, that kind of
Right.
thing. Yeah, and you can only do that with like just massive amounts of fucking practice.
Yeah, one of the cool things I found with this is like the dwarf toss. You're up on the side of a hill and Buddy's down there a ways away, and there's no fucking way you can hit that dude, but you just toss one out there and it fucking bounces and it keeps on going and it lands in the middle of Buddy's fucking shit. And like, that part of this game to me made it more, I don't know, ahead of everything else at the time. Like, I had that element of, holy fuck, it might do it.
What just fucking happened?
So this is
Yeah.
unrelated from the conversation going on right now, but I uploaded some BIA versus T-Cox films from '05 that I found. I don't think this is the finals film. It must have been like top bracket finals. And these teams are way different than what I remember them being. Like this is the Hitlow's captain this year for
Yeah.
BIA, which is surprising. That would have been fun to see him
What are the
captain.
players?
I'll redo what I'm seeing right now. So on the T-Cox, I'm seeing Tirri, Arzenic, Godcop, Stormrider, Graham, Qwerty, Cave, and you. I mean, I can stroll through the other games, see if there's any. Ramirez shows up in a game. Cave, I don't think I mentioned him. Yeah, so those are the T-Cox players. Then the BIA is Hitlow, Eastwind, Killer, Cougar, Gecko, Trix, Limp, Merc.
Yeah.
Raziel shows up in some games. Yeah, those are the rosters.
Interesting.
But they're uploaded in the general chat here. You guys can look at it if you want.
I'm going to ask in the Mirrorguard Discord if anybody has the films from those few finals games that were played. Be really cute. We should do a whole episode on just the
As
05 shit.
as far as I remember, there was a couple of games played. We were up, and then just everything just fucking fell to shit. And I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" You know what I mean? So basically, I feel like we won, and the tournament was abandoned. That's my memory of it, anyway.
Grim claimed victory.
Was Grim on T-Cox?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was fucking right. Yeah. I remember agreeing.
It was like no one wanted God Cops to win a World Cup, and no
Yeah,
one
no one
wanted
didn't
Merc
want
to
play.
win the
Like
World
it
Cup.
seemed like I remember that it was like, oh, you just don't want to play us, so like you're not gonna play. Like, what the fuck? That's a forfeit.
Harris, I'm watching this be a T-Cox keep game or whatever, and we steamrolled them mid. Same with their.
Yeah, that's what I
That's
was
why we
saying,
picked
man.
it in sudden death.
Yeah, we cooked them. I think Merc blows up Verminix's fetch or something. Maybe the other way around.
No, that was the bottle that I was thinking of earlier. I like threw a bottle and then he blew himself up. It
Basically,
was
I
like
was
the very
robbed.
first throw too.
We were robbed of another NWC. And honestly, like,
I don't know. You would have had to go all the way to sudden death.
I
It's a
don't,
long journey.
yeah, it is. But like, one thing I will say is that um, Seacocks were like a top tier team for like 4 years. We were in fucking almost every finals, but we were always like seen as like the second rate team, which is ridiculous.
And it all started from a team back in 2000.
Yeah,
Zer,
pretty much in like Miss Peak, we were always there, like at the end, and like everybody was like seeing us as like like something else,
Yeah, we were always overshadowed.
Zer, did you feel any kind of way about ours and Grim leaving T-Cox in 06 to join
Uh,
MP?
yeah, Arsenic is just a slut, but that's what they love him anyway. Always has been, but yeah, Grim, like I don't know, like I think Grim's like a three ball. I don't really care.
Throwing shade. Okay.
Um, you know, but ours is like a solid four-wheeler, like solid four-wheeler. Like at his best, probably like very, very good. So
So wait, so ours is a solid player, but you call him a slut. Is that because he's promiscuous
yes,
as a myther in how he joins
well, it's
teams? Is
fine.
that
It's fine. He's a slut. It's all good. I call him a slut in chat. Like we have chats sometimes. Like ours is a slut. It's a known thing.
we'll have to have ours back to defend his honor on this one in a future episode.
Yeah. But again, ours is Finnish. So, like, it's almost like like I again, like you were saying earlier, like the Teacocks and like Northern Paladins and stuff like coming together wasn't actually like a big fucking deal. It was like I was on Northern Paladins in like 2003 or whatever. Back when I was Darkseed, I was like fucking 13 or whatever. But yeah,
Now you're in
so
that finals team.
What was the
But
first MWC? It was probably Myth 1, was it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
98, I think. Was that TFL? I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, 98 was the one that Butcher put on.
Or Renwood won.
Yeah, and I talked to Fod about that a little bit because that was like the 1 year Civil didn't actually go in the finals, and I guess there was some drama about a keep game and balls being put in the corner of the map and how the rules worked or whatever. Anyway, somehow Civil got ruled against on some weird game like that, and Civil was still the best team, probably, is my understanding, even in '98. But they just, for whatever reason, due to some quirks, were kept out of the finals. So
And then they won the next 8 tournaments in a row.
yeah.
Mic dropped.
Yeah, we reviewed the 99 and 2000 finals, and they were not close. What was it? BMF put up a better fight, but still, yeah, the BMF put up a decent fight in 99. But
Yeah.
I've
98.
watched replays from back then. I don't think Archer dodging was like
no, yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. We had LSO watch those with us, and he was just couldn't take it. Watching the gameplay, it was terrible.
yeah.
Yeah, Civil was ahead of their time. That's what we noticed from
Yeah, for
Funny,
sure.
though, it's kind of funny, you know. Somebody discovered one day, he was like, I can just move to the left.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and I can just spread out the archers. Wow, right, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, any closing comments before we wrap this up, guys?
No. Although I want to say about that throw game, after I made that decision, I split up my throw. I don't think I throwed badly, apart from losing my throw to the fucking spiders right at the end. I think you're right about me losing the game by not pushing there for sure. But I think my control actually was way ahead. But yeah.
No, I agree. I like your micro. Although, as you noticed, you definitely missed a couple punches in that little there,
I did.
but in general, your micro was solid, and it was interesting though to hear
I
your thought process there.
I
Still,
remember back then I was so serious that when I made like big mistakes, like missing one punch, I would get like extremely angry. I was like, I could have fucking, you know, like slamming my fucking mouse on the mouse mat, like that kind of thing.
The
That's
rage.
yeah, I was like raging. Yeah, yeah. That's the energy you need. Because like like you need to be like really, really self-critical. You know.
You gotta stay on top of things.
all right, that's a good stopping point probably for us. I'll wrap it up there. Thanks everybody for joining. It's good to have you guys, Clank, Paris. Zur and Ramirez. Also, shout out to Homer, who had to take off early, but still appreciate everybody coming. And we will try to get everybody back again to do like a T-Cox episode and their wins over BME and BIA another time. Thanks everybody for watching, and peace out. See ya.
Thanks.